can I just confirm that there's a 2:45 hard stop today? Is that, I want to make sure that's the right time? Okay. All right. Thank you. Okay, Dave. Thank you.
All right, ready to go.
Good morning. This is the convening of the Massachusetts Gaming Commission. We're sorry, we're a few minutes late. We don't have many technical challenges, but today we did have some challenges with our network providers. So we'll get started. I need to do a roll call because we're holding this meeting virtually. Good morning, Commissioner O'Brien.
Morning, I'm here.
Good morning, Commissioner Hill.
Good morning, I'm here.
Good morning, Commissioner Skinner.
Morning.
Good morning, Commissioner Maynard.
Good morning, I'm here.
It does indicate that my microphone is unsteady right now, so I don't know if it's in or out, but we'll proceed. I am going to call to order today's public meeting of number 444, and it is March 23rd, Thursday, 2023. Before we get started, as I indicated earlier, we've been having some network provider challenges. In the event that the meeting is disrupted, Dave Souza is here, and he would be able to, he's working off site, so he'd be able to provide instructions to the public through a screensaver, and we will work hard to get our team back in front of the virtual meeting. All right, so we'll get started. Good morning, Commissioner Hill.
Good morning, Madam Chair. I move that the commission approve the minutes from the October 27th, 2022 public meeting that are included in the commissioner's packet, subject to any necessary corrections for typographical errors or other non-material matters.
Has everyone had a chance to review them? Okay. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Any edits? Very thorough job. All set, commissioners? Okay, Commissioner O'Brien.
Aye.
Commissioner Hill,
Aye.
Commissioner Skinner, and Commissioner Maynard.
Hi.
All right, so I vote yes, 5-0. Thank you again to the team. You have an administrative update.
Good morning, Madam Chair.
Good morning.
Good morning. So as an initial matter, something that has come up unexpectedly, there is a conflict, a serious issue for one of the commissioners on the 28th. The chair has asked that we want to accommodate that. So we currently had proposed scheduling the Massasoit Greyhound Association review of their Category 2 license applications for sports wagering. So it was thinking, Chair and I discussing, made sense to just bring it up today to see about rescheduling that review of the application. We do have 2 dates that were on hold for the review of that application, and that was April 12th or April 26th. So those would be options, or if the commission wants to do another date, we could see if we could arrange another date. But I think the applicant is eager to get going. I think we are ready to go. The other piece is that, as you may recall from the prior conversations we had about this application, that the IEB is looking at the contract that the applicant has with Caesars Entertainment to be the operator of the establishment. We are currently keeping that sort of on track and would do that on the 30th. So currently I have that placeholder on the agenda for the 30th for that review, so you can go through that before doing the review of the entire application. So, I'll defer, to the commissioners, however you want to schedule that. We'll reach out to the applicant. We also will reach out to GLI, RSM. We have our internal team looking at it so that we would be prepared on whatever date the commission wants to review the application.
Questions for Karen? Commissioner O'Brien.
No questions, just confirming. I see the holds and I'm available either of those April dates for that.
Commissioner Maynard?
I'm good with either. If the applicant's eager, I'm happy with the 12th.
Commissioner Hill?
Yes, I'm all set.
Okay, Commissioner Skinner?
Likewise, I'm all set for either date.
Okay, and so I'm not sure if those dates have been vetted with the, maybe, Director Lilios, have they been vetted with the applicant? Do you know?
Hi, good morning, Chair. I think they are aware of those two dates. I'm not, yeah, I think they will do everything possible and make themselves available on either of those dates. So I think they'll be happy with the earlier of the two being the 12th. I will confirm right now if there's any issue, I'll bring it up during the course of this meeting.
Okay, excellent. So I'm hearing April 12th works. If everyone can be ready for the earlier date, we're ready for the earlier date, right, commissioners? Thank you. Karen?
All right, so the next item is the exclusionist plan approval update. We did have a prior meeting where we talked about the requirement of the applicants to submit their exclusion list plan. We do need that to be thoroughly reviewed by staff before I sign off on it. Those did not come in as quickly as we had expected, and you're still in process of review. So that's something I think I should report out to you at a subsequent meeting. Hopefully those plans are all approved, but we will need to move that to another date. Any questions on that? Okay, so we'll keep that, and I'll mention that also at agenda setting. And then the next item on the agenda, we're going to have our interim gaming agents chief, Bruce Burke, give us an update on what's going on at the casinos, and even has a PowerPoint for the commissioners. So I'll turn it over to Burke.
Thanks, Karen. Good morning, Madam Chair. Good morning, Commissioners. Nice to see everybody. Going to give you a casino update on the operations that are happening at 3 casinos. And additionally, as Karen said, I have a little PowerPoint to review the table numbers, slot numbers, and some poker table numbers. First, I'll start with PPC. Preparations are in place for opening day of racing, which is April 10. PPC is preparing the track, getting the barns ready to receive horses and drivers. PPC is working with the horsemen and the state racing staff to ensure a clean opening day. Sports betting operations in the temporary sports book continue with many fans joining PPC over the March Madness tournament. Construction continues with their permanent sports book. This weekend, PPC hosts one of their most popular promotions, the Jackpot Frenzy. Guests who have won a taxable jackpot during the earning period will drop their ballots starting at 3 p.m. on Saturday, March 25, and 5 winners will be drawn every 15 minutes to win $1,000. And then finally on Monday in March, members of our Free to Join My Heroes program for active duty, retired military, and first responders receive a bonus offer by swiping at the kiosk or presenting a card at the Player Services Center. Next, MGM. On St. Patrick's Day, the mummers were on site and they paraded around the outside of the floor, and much to the pleasure of the patrons, they enjoyed that. MGM is gearing up for the Friday concert series to move outside. And Indian Motorcycle Apparel Store is just reopening. And to spur a little better foot traffic down on that end of the establishment, they're going to start to sell New England sports apparel also. Encore expanded pit 36 in front of the Wynn Sports Bar due to high demand and swapped out 85 slots for 6 tables. I happened to be on site last Thursday, the opening of March Madness, and those 2 pits were really jumping. It was busy. The sports book was crowded, and there was a lot of buzz around that area. Those pits open when there's high play for the weekends. On weekdays, Encore opens half the pit by 6 p.m. and the other half of that pit by 8 p.m. And on Friday and Saturday, pit 36 opens at 12 noon. Encore also sponsored a MMA event a couple weeks ago. So now we can take a look at the slot and table numbers across the 3 casinos. And do you want to turn to page 26 of the packet, or do you want me to share my screen? What works best?
Commissioners, do you have your materials up?
I think if you could share it would be better.
Okay, let's share.
We're rolling the dice here.
Mhm.
I'm kidding. All right, are we up?
You are.
Okay, let's go through a little background before we start the PowerPoint, as I believe 3 commissioners weren't here in March of 2020. So March in 2020, the pandemic hit and MGC mandated that we close the casinos down. We did that. In July of 2020, the casinos were allowed to open back up with plexiglass and proper distancing on the slot machines, and they were also allowed to open BJ style table games with 3 seats. Then in October of 2020, roulette was allowed to open also with plexiglass and 3 positions for the players. After the new year in March of 2021, MGC allowed craps to reopen, 3 players on a side with plexiglass, total of 6 players, and a 4th gaming position was allowed to do blackjack style table games. Poker at this time was still not offered because it could only be 3 or 4 players, and it didn't make sense that it wasn't profitable, so the casinos didn't want to open it at that time. May of 2021, all the restrictions were lifted, and following that, poker did open at MGM in October of 2021, and Encore followed right after that with poker opening January of last year, 2022. So now with that, we can look at the PowerPoint. And the first slide, we have the 3 casinos across the top and the slot machine numbers. As you can see, presently we have 4,907 slot machines at the 3 locations. Table games, we have 203 at Encore, 48 for a total of 251. Poker games are 24 and 14. Stadium gaming is 40 and 15. And with sports wagering kicking off last couple months here, the kiosks are steady with 118, 18, and 20. Okay, now slot machines. This is going to show the changes. March of 2020 is when the pandemic hit, and these were the slot numbers right before we mandated that the casinos would close. You see that Encore has the top bar 2715, MGM's the light blue with 1844, and PPC, excuse me, and PPC has 1320. So we were closed for 3 months, and then July of 2020, we reopened. During this time, the slot floors and casino floors throughout the country were being reimagined. As you can remember from the old days, slot aisles used to be aisle after aisle after aisle, and you would sit shoulder to shoulder. Well, as the pandemic came, the casinos throughout the country were reimagining the casino floor, which included more space, more carousels. You might have a carousel with 4 slot machines, 6, 8, or even 12. And they had more room in between all of the slot aisles if they still had aisles. The carousels afforded you the opportunity that you had like literally 3 or 4 feet between shoulder to shoulder. Whereas if you were sitting in an aisle, we remember you were literally right next to somebody. So when we reopened in July of 2020, you see that the numbers are down. 1852 at Encore, 869 MGM, and 789 at PPC. The next gathering of information was a random month of last summer, July of 2022. And you'll see the numbers have gone up a little bit. And then, of course, on the first slide, March of 23, you see in the last column there. Any questions on the slot machine and the evolution of how this went through?
Commissioners?
What's that? Okay.
I actually have a question, Madam Chair.
Yes.
Burke, to the best of your ability, why has the spike begun to fall, especially at certain properties from July of 2022?
And that's a good question, Commissioner Maynard. And the Encore spike we'll see on the other slides is that they increased their table games. So they took away some slot machines because the market was dictating that they could bring in more table pits. And you'll see on the other slot machines that those numbers have gone up a little bit. Okay. Next slide, table games, the history. We have March of 2020, right before we closed, Encore had 184 and MGM had 79. After the pandemic, the model had changed a little bit at the two casinos, especially at MGM, where they brought on more slot machines and they got rid of a couple gaming pits. So July of 2020, you're seeing 43 and 189. July, middle of last summer, you see 184 and 48. And as we just discussed, March of right now, you see that the gaming pits went up, is that 19 games? And tables have held steady out at MGM. Any questions on table games?
Commissioners?
Burke, this is Eileen. Is that all the increase? Is that all in the pits that were near the sports wagering bar? Or do they open others too that account for that increase?
At Encore?
Yeah.
Yeah, if you remember walking right in the hotel entrance, and if you turned left, you'd head towards the Red 8. And a pit down there, right in between that connection, they threw in some tables there to connect carnival games with their main float in the center of the casino and pit 36.
Okay. Thanks.
Okay. Poker, March 2020, right before the pandemic, you see that Encore had 74 poker tables. MGM had 22. When we reopened, remember poker, it took a while to find it profitable. July of 2020, it wasn't allowed to open. And in the middle of the summer, we see that it was 14 and 15. I think both casinos, when they did open, I mentioned the dates of October of 21 and January of 22. I think they both opened with 12 and 13, and they've increased a little bit to the 15-14 number. Now, of course, we see that we're at 24 and 14. Any questions about poker?
Are there any other, I know there's a longer range request from EBH in terms of what they want to do, but in the short term, any discussion of EBH or MGM putting more poker tables in?
There is discussion. I'm not going to delve into what their plans. They've introduced some plans for increase possibly. So that's still in the works. There's no firm commitment that they're doing that, but they are discussing the viability of that.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. Stadium gaming, I'm sorry.
I just wanted to go back to the poker change. You know, Commissioner Hill, when you came on, I'm not sure if you had this history, but I know we started talking pretty almost immediately after you came on about poker, but I recognized when I saw the slide yesterday with Burke, it really does remind us the impact of COVID. And then it was the last table to come back on. So, but that's a dramatic change of the amenities. So I thought, I just want to thank Burke for these slides. It was really, for me, a good reminder. So thank you.
And we threw in stadiums gaming, and speaking of slides, a big shout out to Louis Lozano, Andrew Steffen, and Angela Smith, and the gaming agents for helping us to compile this data. So thank you for that. Stadium gaming, we threw this slide in just as a point of reference. Stadium gaming can be either a dealer up front and you can sit at an individual station and play, or it can be assisted as a computer game. And I think that, yep, that concludes the slides. Any questions on any thing there?
So very helpful from my perspective, Burke. Thank you, commissioners. Commissioner Skinner, question?
Burke, I know that any changes to the gaming floor need to be reviewed and approved by IEB, particularly where those changes involve a reduction of table games, reduction of slot machines. Is there any review and assessment of the licensee's commitments made at the time of application? And I, maybe Director Lilios can weigh in here. I just, my measure when assessing any changes is, whether or not the licensees continue to maintain their commitments that were presented at the time of the application. And I know on the community mitigation side, Joe is teeing up a presentation for us in terms of where the licensees stand relative to those particular commitments. But I would just be cautious, and I'm just noting, I guess, for the record, that we do need to be mindful that we're not sacrificing anything that was promised, or that the licensees aren't sacrificing anything that was initially promised when they were approved for license.
Yes, of course, going forward, that is a great point, Commissioner Skinner, and we are going to look at that very closely going forward from here. I think the X factor or the asterisk would be that if you want to call it a pandemic reset and marketing conditions, and after the March to July 2020 situation, I think the market dictated some changes, and I guess the pandemic dictated some changes. But going forward, we do want to keep a mindful eye that we're paying attention to what was promised.
And the changes that the casinos made may be appropriate, absolutely. It's just I would like to get a fuller understanding of exactly, where they fall short, even if they're justified in doing so, but where they fall short in terms of what was promised and what is being offered right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Thank you for very well done.
Thank you.
Thank you. See you later. Secretary Director Wells, are you all set?
I am. Thank you very much.
We move on. We have a new face, and this is a formal introduction yet, but Grace Robinson is in today and part of our meeting, and I just want to introduce her. I know many of you have met her on the team, but for those who are either the public or our operators or licensees, Grace joins us as the new Chief Administrative Officer to the Chair, Special Projects and External Relations Manager. And so we welcome Grace and thank her for tuning in today on this first public meeting for her. So thank you. I'll do a more formal introduction at the right time. Okay, so we'll move on to, good morning, Derek. Good morning, Chief Financial Officer.
Good morning, Madam Chair and Commissioners. Just to say, welcome aboard again, Grace. Welcome aboard. Great to have you here. For today, I'm joined by Douglas O'Donnell, and we're here to discuss the taxation of daily fantasy sports. Our materials begin on page 30 of the public meeting packet. In a public meeting in January, the Commission reviewed comments to 205 CMR 240. A few operators submitted written comments to our emergency regulation pertaining to the calculation of adjusted gross fantasy wagering receipts and the taxation of those receipts. Specifically, the operators requested that the Commission use the same process that 17 other states taxing daily fantasy sports utilized. We prepared the PowerPoint that is in the package today for that January meeting as well, and we walked through the request as well as the definitions. The Commission requested examples of actual language, either regulations or laws, from the other states that are taxing daily fantasy sports. That language is included in the packet today, as well as a proposal for a regulation change, which we would like to withdraw that regulation change proposal. Upon legal review, our team thought it would be wise to give the finance office's proposed language a deeper look and spend some additional time on wordsmithing. The issue that legal brought up is that the manner in which we have written the change brings up a question of whether we can actually do this given the inclusion of the word only in the definition of adjusted gross fantasy wagering receipts. And when I say this, it means the way we propose doing it. Our proposed language may give a layperson the impression the commission would be allowing operators to write off more than what the statute allows, when in actuality, we are merely trying to implement the law fairly and logically. So we're not looking for the vote today. We are rather wanted to bring language back from other states, give an idea of what we're trying to do, which is consistent with 17 other states, and let you know that the raw language that finance proposed may not be prime time ready. But we need to do a little more work with legal to make sure that we are implementing it in a clear manner and getting across the practical and logical purpose of taxing only on, applying only a piece of the tax that's for Massachusetts games or Massachusetts entry fees versus taxing the whole pool, because as you know, fantasy sports, and we talked about this last time, cross over many states, unlike most gaming. So we're trying to do this like other states have while working within our statute. But we do have 9 operators that are paying daily registered, and 7 of them have already paid their daily fantasy sports taxes. And this is a question that comes up regularly. Are we using this location resident percentage like the other 17 states that are taxing daily fantasy sports? So I think this helps to discuss it in front of the commission so that we can say to the other entities, yes, we are looking at that. We're trying to find the best manner to do it. And we hope to come back very quickly after we get a chance to get this in front of legal to find an appropriate manner to do it. Did I summarize that correct, Todd?
Yes, that's exactly right. Thanks, Derek.
Thank you. So at this point, if there are any questions, if you'd like, I mean, basically what the, and we went over this last time, what we're looking to do is there's a pool of applicants, and you know, the daily fantasy sports, the more we dive into this, is more like a pool play where you take a bunch of entry fees in, you have predetermined payouts, and there should be winnings each time. If we went with just a Massachusetts based, we wouldn't be getting taxes necessarily each time, because if the Massachusetts players did very well, they would be carrying over a loss, which is why it is my understanding with the research we've done, other states have gone to this method. So you can pull in the whole pool, and then you can take a percentage of the winnings from that pool to be taxed. If there are any questions, we can answer them now. I have Doug here if there are any questions on registrations as well.
Commissioner O'Brien?
I have a question, but I think it's probably more legal, and if it's maybe something we can talk about offline, but is this something that might, to do the location resident percentage, we would need a statutory language change?
Not necessarily. I think we just want to take a slightly closer look, but as Derek mentioned, this is the approach that has been adopted in multiple jurisdictions, presumably in recognition of the idea that tax should only be assessed on an operator for a taxable event that occurred in their jurisdiction. And this makes sense. I do think the commission in all likelihood has the discretionary authority under Section 4, which is the section that talks about regulations and ensuring that regulations are in place to effectively implement the law. And secondly, the idea that the law presumably recognizes the idea that tax should only be assessed for events that occur in Massachusetts. This just happens to be the approach that's been adopted pretty much nationwide. It makes good logical sense. It makes sense from a legal perspective and from an equitable perspective. So I think if the commission is comfortable with the general language, the plan would be to just really polish it up and have it back before you really shortly. In all likelihood, I think this is a passable approach to handling this issue.
Okay.
Other questions? I have one, Derek. You mentioned the registrants. Am I correct that you are working with the Attorney General's office to determine or help on that? Or can you explain the process in terms of we do have some intersectionality here with the Attorney General's office?
Correct. So the Attorney General's office actually regulates the DFS operators. We are responsible for taxing them, and we worked with the Attorney General's office to put into our regulation that we can register them because they do not register or keep track of them at this time. And they looked at their regs more as consumer protection. So if we have issues where an operator isn't paying taxes and we become aware that they're operating in the state without paying taxes, and we reach out to them and they refuse to register, then we would be working with the Attorney General's office. Each time we've been told someone is operating in the state, Doug has reached out to them, got the email address. They have registered quickly. We have worked with their counsels to show the commission meeting where the taxes went retroactive, and they have all paid. Now, there are a few that we need to work with because they're showing negative revenue, and we need to understand that when these are pooled and almost like poker areas where you take a piece off the top right away. So we're wondering how you're showing negative revenue or if they're doing something different than the others. And Doug is following up with those few select operators. But that's
We
just
actually have
the education too.
we actually have 2 calls today with those operators to review their reporting as to why it's been negative.
Excellent, thank you.
Madam Chair, I have a follow-up to that. Is there somewhere on our website where the actual registered operators or somebody can click to see who's actually registered and complying on our website?
I see Mills is joining us.
So we do have a monthly detailed revenue list, but Doug, Tom, and Dave are working on getting just that registered list because that changes between the time period where, I mean, we went January, we had 4 operators, and in February we had 9 paying taxes. So there were 5 that registered throughout the month. But that is something that we have had requests on. It's a good question, and I think we're working on getting that up. I don't know if that has been determined where it will reside. So I think Tom and Dave can help with that.
Okay. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you. Thanks, Dave. Thanks, Mills. And anything else for Derek and Doug? Okay. Thank you. And I didn't miss anyone, right? Okay.
So we don't need a vote on this today. As Todd said, we'll bring back some better language that makes it very clear what we're trying to do at a future meeting, hopefully very soon, because this is a hot topic for the operators. And that was my delay, not legal's, in getting it. Todd reviewed it very quickly for me, so.
Derek, thank you for that. And just as I may have missed it, but I want to just as a reminder, it's our understanding that you are collecting it as if that rule is in place. And then if there were adjustments, it could be, they would be made retroactive.
That's correct. So any operator who has asked us, we have said, assume that would be the rule. We don't want you to do anything different or overpay. So then we'd have to return money by paying on a pool that doesn't apply to Massachusetts. But we did let them know we are not the final decision makers, the commission is, and we'll move from there once we get the final decision.
Okay, thank you. Very,
Thank
very, very clear. Thank you. I think for me, I needed the two lessons, Derek. So thank you. A refresher was really helpful.
We
Okay,
get pinged on this regularly, so I understand that it's not something that everyone else is dealing with on a daily basis.
thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Doug.
Sure.
I need to do a little bit of a check on the order of our agenda today, Executive Director Wells, because I know we have a 2:45 hard stop. We have a lot of regulations to deal with, and we also have items 6, 7, and one, at least I know one commissioner update, number 8. Should we start the regulations? See, Carrie, because but at certain time, if we need to pause to bring those items up, that's my question, or should we go to those?
Yeah, the only thing, I believe that item 7, the clarification on the Russian and Belarus participants in sports wagering, I believe that is a very quick item. That may be something, if the other, of all the commissioners want to be involved in that, we could do that really quickly first. And
Just to be clear, all the commissioners will be available throughout the whole meeting.
okay.
Yeah, so, yeah.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah. So we could do that because we do need to give an answer on that, correct, Bruce?
That's correct, Karen.
Okay, so maybe we could do that and then go to the regs.
Okay, and then we'll go to the regs, and then for the legal team, we might pause during the reg discussion to bring in Alex's racing matters and the outstanding commissioner update. Okay, thanks. Then we'll turn to Bruce and team now.
Yes.
Number 7.
Yes, this is a clarification on Russian and Belarusian restriction language that was from earlier meeting when we put that restriction on the catalog. And Sterl will kind of present this to you. Go ahead, Sterl.
Good morning, Chair and Commissioners. So what we're asking is just direction and clarification of the meaning on the interpretation of the restricted language for Russian and Belarusian government bodies. So on January 23rd, the Commission adopted sports wagering catalog for all licensees in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. In doing so, 2 motions were voted on at that time, in which Commissioner Hill motioned the removal of wagers on any sports or sporting event overseen by Russian or Belarusian governing bodies, leagues, events, and players that are not allowed in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. We were asked for clarification from DraftKings in an email stating, lastly, for the Russian and Belarusian directive, we want to confirm that we may offer wagers on tennis and MMA on Russian players competing under a neutral flag. So they also provided some language that they've seen in other jurisdictions. We then just are asking for clarification and meaning of what we exactly want to refrain from wagering in the Commonwealth. And I put something together with the help of legal that if we wanted to, we could write I guess what we should be asking is this meant to restrict all athletes that are born in Russia and Belarus that might be competing in an MMA fight elsewhere, let's say in Tennessee. So I guess I will stop there and ask if that was the meaning or if we just wanted to restrict the governing bodies and countries representing Russia and Belarus.
Still, if I could just, because it's such a good memo, just direct everyone's attention to, it's the last 2 pages of our packet. The language that you're suggesting you might want to read. Commissioners, questions? Commissioner O'Brien.
I don't have any questions. I can just sort of state, I'm the one that brought this up. I think the chair also noted that Colorado had done it. And my intention was to make sure that there wasn't any, not only sort of the restrictions on the overseeing sports authority from those countries, but also the idea that maybe sports success could be used as some sort of propaganda tool. So the question I have is, I want to make sure that whatever we're suggesting as a clarification doesn't, I don't know about this neutral flag concept. For one, the idea when the whole, crew marches into the Olympics under the Olympic flag, and then they're still being touted as sort of the Russian medal tally and all that stuff. That's not something I want to see, that kind of neutral flag idea being bet on, because to me, that's just a red herring. It's still, the Russian Federation participating and being lauded. But I can see why, if there was simply an individual who happened to be born there, who for all intents and purposes has no country affiliation, as participating in a sport, I don't have an issue exempting them. But I don't want it to be something, the neutral flag concept, I guess, is that language is what I've tripped up on in the proposed language, because to me, substituting a flag, but essentially letting them go forward and participate and be bet on, to me is the exception that swallows the rule. So maybe, I don't know what everybody else was thinking, but that's where I was coming from.
Commissioner Skinner?
My questions actually really go to the heart of what Commissioner O'Brien is saying. I want to know how that neutral flag arrangement works. Because I would be concerned, as Commissioner O'Brien stated, that if it's just it's a way to bypass the intent of this regulation, then obviously I would not support that. Not representing them, like what is not representing the Russian government, what is that test? So if someone, is there a declaration that needs to be given by the athlete? Is there a denouncement of some kind? I would just like some additional information, and I did try to do my own research and really came up quite short. So that's the missing information for me.
Can either, yes, Sterl, thank you.
Just for clarity, the neutral flag is DraftKings language. I
Yes.
do not include the neutral flag in our proposal. Just for,
Maybe we should look at do we have your proposal versus theirs? Maybe I'm turning to legal to help here. Sterl,
it's at the bottom of the
very bottom, right? Any events or leagues, that language.
it's the italicized, until further notice, the following rules apply to all events overseen.
Right, it's at the very end of your memo. I wanted to, Sterl, do you want to read it in full in case anyone's just listening and they don't have the document in front of them?
Yeah, I'll be more than happy to read it. Until further notice, the following rules apply to all events overseen by Russian and Belarusian governing bodies. Wagers are not allowed to be offered in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts on any event or leagues overseen by Russian and Belarusian governing bodies. Further, wagering is not permitted on any athlete competing individually or any team in an approved event or league representing Russia or Belarus. If an athlete from Russia or Belarus is competing individually or on a team in an approved event outside of these countries and not representing them, wagering on these athletes would be permitted.
Commissioner O'Brien?
So I guess I'm looking for stronger language, not only the representing, but or affiliated in any way, because I'm trying to figure out how to write it in a way that makes sure, again, to Commissioner Skinner's point, that this isn't sort of a backdoor way around it,
Yeah.
I'm going to turn to legal to see, oh, sorry, Commissioner Maynard. And Commissioner Skinner, sorry, I think you were next, and then Commissioner Maynard, sorry.
Thank you. I still have, I want to talk through how we enforce this to ensure that, I mean, if there's a, again, what's the test? How do we understand and determine whether these individuals are not representing the country?
Sterl, I'm going to turn to Todd. Good morning, Councilor Grossman.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners. Well, Commissioner Skinner's question is something that may, in many cases, have to be considered on a case-by-case basis, but we can run through some examples just to kind of get a sense as to the Commission's perspective on certain things. And I think Sterl has already mentioned a couple of them, like if there's a Russian-born fighter who's fighting in the UFC, they're not really fighting on behalf of their country, although they're from that country. Is that an event that could be wagered on? So that's one example. That's more of a micro example. Obviously, the Olympics are a broader example, but it's really the more narrow ones that I think have caused a little bit more of the issue, at least in the short term. So there's someone like a UFC fighter or an MMA fighter or a boxer, and then there are tennis players who don't necessarily play on behalf of their country, but they are from that country. So if there is a Russian player playing in Wimbledon, would we allow a wager on that particular player? And then certainly there are a lot of Russian-born players in the NHL. Presumably the intent was not to restrict wagering on NHL games because there are Russian players playing there, though the assumption was that there would be no wagering allowed on the KHL, the Russian version of the Professional Hockey League. So there's a lot of nuance here potentially. So it may be that there's some discretion that would have to be baked into the sports wagering division, but I think it would be important to understand where the Commission is coming from here by answering some of perhaps these micro questions. And then, of course, we need to look at the actual language itself. But I don't know, Sterl, does that kind of capture some of the issues that have come up? Or are there other examples that might be helpful to reference?
I think those pretty much hit them all. I would just state that I would believe it's the assumption, and I think I remember something happening with Russia previously in the Olympics. So a person who Russian athletes could not be wagered upon in the Olympics is the understanding, and this is what we're getting at in Belarus. If they were, what I think I'm hearing is, I believe some athletes wanted to compete not under the Russian flag and just be literally excluded from representing Russia. And at that point, do you state, since they're not representing and going out stating they are not representing their country, are they then allowed to be wagered upon, I guess, would be like that one outstanding caveat.
Commissioner Maynard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I share Commissioner O'Brien and Commissioner Skinner's worry. I also think about it this way too. I think Sterl's answer is getting, I think it's almost there, whether we strengthen the language or not. I mean, I have family members who are Russian born, and I would hate for them to not be able to, participate in a sport because, they fled the Soviet Union right in the early 90s. And so, I think that we have to strike a balance of allowing someone, to me, I don't even know what the constitutionality would be of not allowing a dual citizen who was born in Russia to compete under a neutral flag, much less restricting them in any way. But I do think that Sterl's answer kind of is striking the balance. I mean, we could strengthen the language around the representation piece, Commissioner O'Brien, but I don't want, I just want to be on the record. I don't want anything that would restrict someone who is Russian born from competing in this country.
Well, and just to be clear, because that's an important point, Commissioner Maynard, we're not at all suggesting that they wouldn't be allowed to compete. It's just that we wouldn't allow wagers to be accepted on that event in Massachusetts.
I just, to me, that sets a dangerous, it's dangerous. It's dangerous.
Commissioner O'Brien?
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like, and the three of us are on the same page. It's a question of wording. For my comfort level, I think if the Sterl's proposed language, you also have or affiliated with, not just representing, but affiliation is somehow incorporated. To me, that I think satisfies the concerns that I have, and I think still allows for that individual carve out. I don't know if it addresses Commissioner Skinner's concern. She's looking for something that's maybe a little more formal in terms of guidelines or a test. But for me, if that affiliation language is in Sterl's, I'm good.
Commissioner Skinner?
So I think the examples that Todd and Sterl outlined make sense. I think, I guess, because the operators are the ones who are going to be making the determination as to whether or not the event fits, then I would like to see us issue that specific guidance, utilizing some of the examples that you gave, so that the intent of the decision today, which I think will be in your favor, Sterl, as you recommend, so that it's clear. I just want to say, Commissioner Maynard, I understand where you're going. For me, this isn't about holding any one individual responsible for the actions of their government. It's the representation of that government during this, during the sporting event. So I'm with you. I'm on the same page, but I agree. We never want to restrict anyone's participation in a sport. But in terms of, again, advertising, and sort of touting, the country is the problem for me.
Commissioner Hill, do you want to weigh in?
Well, I agree with my fellow commissioners on what the intent of the original regulation was. But I want to be clear as well that I think what I had hoped for is we were looking at federations, we were looking at leagues and representations of those two countries. But with a little switching of the language here, I think we can get our message out pretty loud and clear what we intended to do back when we originally passed this regulation. So with the new language being proposed, I'm okay with that as well. I have no problem allowing an athlete who was born in a country to be able to be bet on, as long as they're not, riding the flag on the way in. So I agree with Commissioner O'Brien and Commissioner Skinner and Maynard with their comments. And I think a little wordsmithing, I think we can get there.
Excellent. I see that Bruce is weighing in. Good morning, Bruce, again.
No, I was just agreeing with what the commissioner said. I think that we need to clarify the language a little, and we'll be right where we need to be.
So in order to move forward, I'm just going to ask Todd, do you, for guidance, do we need to clarify that and then have Bruce and Sterl come back?
Yeah, I think that might be helpful. I think this guidance has been helpful. Maybe if we can just circle up and draft and make sure we polish up the language and bring it back. Perhaps we can even get to that today and see if we can finalize this. I think that would be helpful.
Sterl, does that work for you?
That would be great. I mean, I just I tried my best to try and get that language together. So any help from Todd would be greatly appreciated. I think we're all under the same meanings, and maybe the discussion with Todd, we can get that final language to like work.
Thanks, Joe. Excellent job. All right, we'll circle back if we have time today. Otherwise, we can perhaps add it to next week's meetings. But I know still you want to get that clarified. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Bruce.
Thanks.
Okay, so let's move now back to the slew of regulations that we have. And I guess we're going to have to scroll up on our documents as we turn to, oh, sorry.
I just need 2 minutes, so I can disappear while you're getting everything queued up, or if we could take a 5-minute break, that would be great for me.
I'm happy to take a 5-minute break, Commissioner O'Brien. Let's do, it's
Sorry.
10:05 and we'll come back at 10:15. Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Eileen,
Yeah.
I sent you a message asking if you wanted to meet on those ads next week.
Oh, okay.
I'm out this Friday and Monday, so any time that works for you.
Okay. All right.
So send me when you're free
Okay.
and we'll
Sounds
meet
good.
on it.
Okay, great.
Kind of hate to admit it, but I'm at the Isle of Palms in near Charleston for a couple of days.
Good for you.
Yeah.
I've never been to Charleston. I was down at the NAC, which is the Nashville Advocacy Center, years ago when I was in the AG's office, and was trying to figure out if there was a way to get over there before I flew home, and I didn't manage to do it, but I hear it's nice.
Oh, yeah, it's really pretty down there
Yeah.
and nice and warm.
Yeah. Is it? Yeah. Well, it's funny. My daughter's friend, they've been on break and they were down. And ironically, I think Tuesday was it? It was warmer here than down there.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Unusual.
It's like 82 right now.
Oh, good. That's a swing. Yeah, because they were saying it was like 50, and we were like 56 up here on Tuesday.
Yeah.
Now, do you golf?
No, not really. I'm actually going down there for a wedding and my birthday.
Oh,
so
nice.
it's kind of like double, you know.
Oh, nice.
Is this Charleston? Is that what you said, Bruce?
Yeah, I turned 70. 70 is the new 70 that they say.
Nice, nice. I'm going to a wedding down there. When is your wedding?
Mine is Saturday. So
This Saturday, okay.
yeah.
Well, I want to hear about it because I'm going in May.
Okay. Well, yeah, it'll be nice down there.
Oh,
The water's already about 70 degrees. So, that's kind of nice. So I'll tell you how nice it is.
Yeah, and I hear the eating is excellent, the restaurant, so.
Yeah. It's a nice area.
Yeah. Okay. Do we have everyone? I think we can take the screen down now, please, Dave. Thank you so much.
All set?
Okay, so we are reconvening. Are we all set? Are we streaming, Dave?
Yeah, we are good to go.
Okay, thank you. We are reconvening our meetings that's started this morning, public meeting number 44, because we are holding this virtually. I'll do a roll call once again. Commissioner O'Brien.
Good morning. I'm here.
Commissioner Hill.
I'm here.
Commissioner Skinner.
Good morning again.
Commissioner Maynard.
Good morning.
Okay. So we'll get started now. We're turning, we took care of out of order item number 7. And we'll turn back to item number 5. Good morning to our legal team. And I see Councilor Marakios. Good morning. Who's starting today?
Good morning, Madam Chair and Commissioners. Just to kind of set the stage for these regulations today, you have 10 regulations on the agenda. All of these are currently in effect by emergency and have been running through the promulgation process, have been out for public comment, went to a public hearing, and we're now at the final stage of the promulgation process, seeking final adoption. If we could take these just a little bit out of order today, that would be helpful just to accommodate A and K schedules. So we were hoping we might be able to start with 205 CMR 229. I'm sorry, not 229, 232, which begins on page 81 of your packet. And if that's all right with everyone, I will turn it right to Mina to walk us through that regulation.
Good morning, Nina.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Madam Chair. Thank you for accommodating our schedule on these. We have a couple that I'll take in a row, and then we'll be switching a little bit between team members. 232 is the enforcement and discipline regulation that we had talked about now a couple of months back. It is now back up for final promulgation. We received one comment from Bet MGM, which appears on page 85 of your packet, asking to insert the word knowingly in a portion of the regulation at the beginning with respect to the types of violations that might subject an entity to discipline. Our recommendation is not to adopt that change for reasons I've said at prior meetings, while the knowledge of an operator may factor in, or a licensee in this case, because this applies to others as well, may factor into the discipline that is appropriate. Our belief is that it should not be a threshold to whether there is a violation in the first place that you might discipline. So unless there's any further questions, this one is unchanged from our last discussion.
Questions from Attorney Marquios? Carrios, I'm always putting an R first. Hi, Commissioner O'Brien.
I can give a motion if we're ready for it.
Okay. If there are no questions, commissioners? I'm hearing none.
Okay. Then I move that the commission approve the amended small business impact statement and draft of 205 CMR 232 as included in the commissioner's packet and discussed here today. And further, that staff be authorized to take the steps necessary to file the required documentation with the Secretary of the Commonwealth to finalize the regulation promulgation process.
Second.
Any discussion? Okay. Commissioner O'Brien,
Aye.
Commissioner Hill,
Aye.
Commissioner Skinner,
Aye.
Commissioner Maynard.
Aye.
I vote yes, 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we will move to page 89 of your packet for 239.
Can I just pause and I'm to make sure I'm not somehow because I know I'm here, but I'm just having a little trouble getting my packet. So Carrie, is the most current in the email, or is it, or did you all get it from the calendar?
The most current is attached to the calendar, the one that says revised 322.
Okay, so let me just pull that up again. And it might have been because just had a little, let's see if I can just pay patience, everyone, for a second, please.
Can you repeat the page number for me also?
Sure. It is page 89 of the packet. If you're looking at the PDF, it's actually marked at the top as page 75 of 177.
See, mine says 194.
Right. Sorry, Madam Chair. The distinction is the actual packet has 194 pages in PDF form. I'm only the 177 is just happens to be a notation on this document. So I just.
Oh, okay. So if I can anybody help me in terms of what I'm looking for? The Commissioner
You
Hill.
want page 89.
Yes, it's 89 is the operative one if you're on a computer.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, because it just kind of went blank and I had to retrieve it again. So thank you. Okay. Thanks, Mia.
No problem. So 239 has to do with the disclosure and reporting obligations. As a reminder, many of the provisions in 239 are actually just summarizing and putting in one place required submittals elsewhere. We had a few minor changes that we're suggesting here, and then I can briefly talk through the comments as well, some of which I believe we actually spoke about in a prior round because they might have been received before. So we can go through fairly quickly. On page 90, there are a few just typographical edits. Reports does not need to be capitalized. I think at some point there was a belief it was going to be a defined term. It does not need to be. Same with disbursement report. I apologize because we're correcting a typographical edit, but I noticed there is a typographical problem in the correction. That change in I, the second one should say disbursement report, not disbursement. So with that change, that's it for the changes, I believe. With respect to the changes to the comments, we received a handful that start on page 96. There was a comment, a question as whether to require monthly rather than bi-monthly reporting for disbursement reports. We've spoken with finance and IEB. This has been in place under 138 for quite a while. And the recommendation is to not change this. This is a twice a month report. It's that version of bi-monthly, and they'd like to keep it that way. Same with the daily, monthly, and annual adjusted gross wagering receipts. Remittance and reconciliation reports. Again, these are required in a separate section. We're not recommending changing that here, and those should be tracked daily. And I believe I just want to double check this, that's one of the reports filed with the commission. So again, we would expect on a daily basis is a preference. 239.03.6, there was a comment. There's a question, really, not a comment. Why are promotional wagering credits included in the quarterly report covering complimentary services? Because promotional credits are a complimentary give to a patron in order to engage in wagering. And the promotional offerings have been required in the past under 139 for casinos. So this felt like this was the natural analog as the promotional credits. 239.04.7 and 9. There was a question or comment that annual business plans would contain very sensitive competitive information, and they'd like to propose that these not be included in the final regulations. Just to be clear, 239.04 does not require filing with the commission. It requires maintenance of these records, and the commission may have access to them. So our view is that anything that's competitively sensitive or has confidential issues could be dealt with if there is a need for the commission or commission staff to look at it then, but we're simply asking these be maintained, and these are our basic business records. 239.06.1, the comment was that BetMGM was asking, do they need to prepare state-specific balance sheets or cash flow statements? And the short answer to that is that the regulation already provides that the audit can be national, especially for companies that already provide that, with notes as necessary to make clear information applicable to one state. So there isn't a separate requirement listed in there, and the language that BetMGM had discussed is actually already reflected, or what they're asking to be sufficient is already covered in the regulation exactly that way. There was a handful of comments received after that matrix was prepared, so I'll just go through those quickly as well. On page 99, there's a question of whether patron information obtained by MGM through this process be promptly deleted, erased, or destroyed once information is no longer needed. This is in respect to 239.04.6 A and B, which, if you want for reference, appears on pages 92 to 93. Again, this is for information that's retained by the operator, and it's information about how much patrons are spending, spending accounts, et cetera, and player characteristics and statistics. The information does not suggest how long it needs to be kept at this point, first of all. And the second point is that is critical information for understanding any misuse of that data. It is certainly up to the operator to ensure that that is properly maintained and safely maintained to avoid any invasion of privacy for the patrons. DraftKings asked for a similar edit as BetMGM on the financial statements piece with respect to Massachusetts. Again, we believe this is already covered by the language that's there, and there already is flexibility to provide what might be a national approach to our locally based sports operator as well. So if they need to provide a Massachusetts specific thing. DraftKings also raised a question, this is on page 101, about bi-monthly reporting for reasons we discussed. The preference is to align this with what is required now. I do agree that perhaps in a future round for both here and 139, it may be worth saying every 2 weeks if we mean that bi-monthly, to avoid that confusion. But knowing that that is a question, I believe that the IAB and the executive director's office could answer in the time being. I'm not sure I would not create a distinction between what's in 139 and 239. This may be a good topic for the overall regulatory review that the commission's doing.
So, Amina, that just to clarify for Karen, the question is bi-monthly and there's, is it every other month or is it twice a month? Is that rather than every 2 weeks, right? Twice a month.
It's twice a month, right. Which is what I think has been understood on the gaming side. The question was raised here. I would not change the language from one to the other, but it may be worth clarifying in the future.
Yeah, so, but we're clarifying it right now too. Right. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
And with that, with those minor changes that I mentioned to 239, as you can see, we're not suggesting any additional changes in response to comments. We believe all have either been addressed or are not recommended.
Questions for Mina on this? I have one question, and Mina, I couldn't go back and forth, but we did get comments as we all, you knew we were anticipating comments from the Attorney General's office, and they do address data privacy. Is there anything here that we're missing that we should be including?
It's a good question, Madam Chair. Not in this particular provision, and the AG's office did not include, I don't believe, any comments on this particular provision as well. They did on some other sections outside of advertising. As we can get into, or actually, I might as well say this part here, and then we can save the rest of the conversation for advertising conversation later. The AG's office proposed edits to 138, 238, 247, and 248. Those are largely the internal controls, and then the two that sort of govern the conduct of sports wagering accounts and play. Our suggestion in talking with members of the legal team and certainly on the A&K side is, as you might recall, we had pulled a very detailed data privacy portion of the regulation from 138 and relied instead on sort of background data privacy laws, including 93H and 201 CMR 117, with the promise that we would come back to you with a data privacy reg as a separate piece. The Attorney General's office's comments were and will be very helpful in developing that additional reg, and then may merit some corresponding changes in 138 and 238. We certainly, as we always do, will review this regulation 239 to make sure nothing else needs to change then. But at the moment, we don't think this or really the advertising reg are the appropriate vehicle for most of those changes. But those comments will come in very handy for that piece.
Thank you. Okay, do I have a motion on this one? Carrie, you'd like that for us to proceed? Good.
Yes,
Okay, Commissioner Hill?
Madam Chair, I move that the commission approve the amended small business impact statement in the draft of 205 CMR 239 as included in the commissioner's packet and discussed here today. And further, that staff be authorized to take the steps necessary to file the required documentation with the Secretary of the Commonwealth to finalize the regulation promulgation process.
Second.
Okay, any questions or edits? Okay, Commissioner O'Brien.
Aye.
Commissioner Hill.
Aye.
Commissioner Skinner.
Aye.
Commissioner Maynard.
Aye.
And I vote yes, so 5-0. And the last one was 232, right? Am I right?
Correct.
Thank
Madam Chair, I would direct everyone to page 104 at the moment. This is 205 CMR 241. This is a surveillance of the sports wagering area and sports wagering facility, as well as regulatory monitoring and inspections. This regulation was fairly simple. It really gives the commission the same authority over sports wagering areas at gaming establishments or eventually in category 2 facilities as it does over those facilities in the gaming side. There were no comments received on this and we are not suggesting any edits. So unless there are questions, this one is also ready for a vote in record time.
you. That, does anyone dare ask a question?
Sorry, I don't want to discourage any questions.
Okay, no questions, I'll take a motion.
Madam Chair, I move that the commission approve the amended small business impact statement and the draft of 205 CMR 241 as included in the commissioner's packet and discussed here today. And further, that the staff be authorized to take the steps necessary to file the required documentation with the Secretary of the Commonwealth to finalize the regulation promulgation process.
Second.
Thank you. Any questions or edits? Commissioner O'Brien.
Aye.
Commissioner Hill.
Aye.
Commissioner Skinner. Commissioner Maynard.
Aye.
And I vote yes, 5-0. What do we got next?
Carrie, I'll
Thank you,
turn it
Madam
back
Chair.
to you. Yeah.
Yeah, thanks, Mina. So we, if we could jump back up now to 205 CMR 106, which is on page 44 of your packet. And Annie is going to take the next 3 regs for us.
Thank you, Carrie. Good morning, commissioners. Good morning, Madam Chair. So for you is 205 CMR 106 on information and filings. As you'll recall, we proposed amendments to this regulation to essentially add references to the Sports Wagering Act to essentially sort of amend the regulation to include sports wagering as if the Sports Wagering Act had been passed or had been in place when these regulations were first drafted. We also included technical corrections, such as making the language gender neutral. We did not receive any comments on this regulation, nor are we proposing any edits. And so pending any questions, I would put this forward for a vote.
Commissioners, are you comfortable not walking through the changes? Or are you all set? Okay. Any questions for Annie? Good to see you, Annie. Take a motion, Commissioner Skinner.
I move that the commission approve the amended small business impact statement and the draft of 205 CMR 106 as included in the commissioner's packet and discussed here today. And further, that staff be authorized to take the steps necessary to file the required documentation with the Secretary of the Commonwealth to finalize the regulation promulgation process.
Second.
Thank you. Any questions or edits? Commissioner O'Brien.
Aye.
Aye.
Commissioner Skinner,
Aye.
Commissioner Maynard.
Aye.
I vote yes, 5-0. And that was that was number
106.
Thank you, right at the top. Thank you. Appreciate that, Commissioner Hill. All right. What do we have next, Annie?
The next regulation is 107 on page 50 of your packet concerning professional practice. Similar to the amendments made to 106, these amendments are made to incorporate the Sports Wagering Act. So if an attorney is going to practice before the commission, in addition to being familiar with the Gaming Act, they must also be familiar with the Sports Wagering Act. Also included technical corrections as well to reflect that more regulations have been promulgated beyond 131, and also to revise the language for gender neutrality. No comments were received on these proposed amendments, nor do we suggest any other edits.
Questions for Annie? Thank you, Councilor Lee. All right. Thank you, Commissioner Hill.
Madam Chair, I move that the commission approve the amended small business impact statement and the draft of 205 CMR 107 as included in the commissioner's packet and discussed here today. And further, that staff be authorized to take the steps necessary to file the required documentation with the Secretary of the Commonwealth to finalize the regulation promulgation process.
Second.
Thank you. Any questions or edits? Commissioner O'Brien.
Aye.
Commissioner Hill.
Aye.
Commissioner Skinner.
Aye.
Commissioner Maynard.
Aye.
I vote yes, 5-0. Okay.
If I may, the next regulation before you is 109 on page 54 of your packet. This is concerning the authority of the commission to act in an emergency situation. The amendments are again to include references to the Sports Wagering Act and the applicable provisions that allow the commission to take necessary action to regulate operators, as well as other regulated entities in the event of an emergency. We've also included amendments that capture the sports wagering facilities and sports wagering areas that are unique to sports wagering operators versus gaming licensees. The commission did receive one comment from BetMGM related to requiring some sort of advance notice in the event that the commission chooses to, or is likely to sort of take action, a condition, suspend, or revoke a license pursuant to an emergency situation. That comment is not relative to any amendments that were proposed to the commission before. And so as such, we would recommend not accepting the comment. We have no further edits to make besides those that were presented before the commission previously.
Questions for Annie on that in the comment? Commissioner O'Brien, are you prepared to move or do you have a question?
No, I'm prepared to move as presented to us in the packet.
Any questions then? Okay. Commissioner O'Brien, thank you.
Yep. I move that the commission approve the amended small business impact statement and the draft of 205 CMR 109 as included in the commissioner's packet and discussed here today. And further, that staff be authorized to take the steps necessary to file the required documentation with the Secretary of the Commonwealth to finalize the regulation promulgation process.
Second.
Commissioner Maynard, thank you. Any questions or edits? Okay, Commissioner O'Brien.
Aye.
Commissioner Hill.
Aye.
Commissioner Skinner.
Aye.
Commissioner Maynard.
Aye.
And I vote yes. Okay. 5-0.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioner. So if next we could move to 205 CMR 213, which is on page 68 of your packet, and Paul will take the next two regulations for us.
Good morning, Commissioners. 205 CMR 213 is a brief regulation governing the withdrawal of applications and which was based on parallel provisions in the 100 series. We received no comments on the regulation and we have no proposed edits, but I'm happy to answer any questions.
Questions for Paul? Paul, do you just want to remind us of this is withdrawal of an application, just if we could just go through that quickly, the steps, so that we're reminded. And, thanks.
Certainly. So paragraph A allows applicants for sports wagering licenses, individuals who are in the process to be qualified, individuals who are in the process to otherwise be licensed, including vendors, or registrants, to file a notice of withdrawal. Paragraph B makes clear that such withdrawal is permitted without commission approval unless there's been a hearing or other formal evaluation procedure scheduled. The point is to ensure that entities where the commission has invested a certain degree of time and energy, or that entities that have subjected themselves to the jurisdiction of the commission where there may be some integrity or investigatory concerns, remain subject to the jurisdiction of the commission. Paragraph C provides that the commission can condition a withdrawal. Again, if the commission has put a certain amount of time and energy into an entity and they withdraw at the last minute, the commission may want to prevent them from reapplying within a certain period. There may be other conditions that the commission would be interested in imposing as well. And paragraph D adopts a provision in the 100 series that puts related limitations on the surrender of individual credentials, such as an occupational license or a vendor license.
Thank you. Any questions for Paul? Excellent. Good. Commissioner Skinner?
I'm ready to move, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
I move that the commission approve the amended small business impact statement in the draft of 205 CMR 213 as included in the commissioner's packet and discussed here today. And further, that staff be authorized to take the steps necessary to file the required documentation with the Secretary of the Commonwealth to finalize the regulation promulgation process.
Second.
Questions, edits? Commissioner O'Brien?
Aye.
Commissioner Hill?
Aye.
Commissioner Skinner?
Aye.
Commissioner Maynard?
Aye.
And I vote yes, 5-0. Thank you, Paul. What's next?
Next is 205 CMR 229, which governs the transfer of interests in sports wagering licenses or indirect interests in the same. So again, Chapter 23N, Section 6H requires commission approval for the transfer of sports wagering licenses. This regulation has its roots in the comparable provisions governing the transfer of ownership interests in gaming companies, with a few tweaks to account for the differing scope. We received no comments on this regulation. There are a few tweaks, but they are all technical edits. I'm happy to walk through them or take any questions.
Commissioners, do you have any questions for Paul on the few edits? Hearing none, do I have a motion?
I can move.
Thank you.
I move that the commission approve the amended small business impact statement in the draft of 205 CMR 229 as included in the commissioner's packet and discussed here today. And further, that staff be authorized to take the steps necessary to file the required documentation with the Secretary of the Commonwealth to finalize the regulation promulgation process.
Second.
Any questions or edits? Commissioner O'Brien?
Aye.
Commissioner Hill?
Aye.
Commissioner Skinner,
Aye.
Commissioner Maynard,
Aye.
and I vote yes, 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners. So if we could take next 205 CMR 202, which is on page 59 of your packet. This is the definitions section, which I'll turn to Mina to walk through the changes. And then if after that, if we could possibly, so Mina is unavailable from 11 to 12. If we could take 202 and then possibly do the racing items and then come back for advertising at noon, that would work out great.
Music to my ears, that helps me, Carrie, that helps a lot, because I was wondering how we were going to break, and the advertising does have a good amount of discussion. It might be, Mina, can I just ask your schedule at noontime, afternoon? Do you have any, if we were to take a lunch break anytime, do you have any, you're available?
I am available the entire afternoon up until 3 o'clock, so. Yes.
Madam Chair, I'm in touch with Dr. Lightbound, so she actually was anticipating this. She was watching how quickly we were going through these. So she is reaching out to the Steve O'Toole because he would need to participate in this. So she's coordinating that. So it seems to be working out just fine.
Oh, good. Excellent. Thank you so much.
And just one other thing on the definitions. So we can walk through this reg now, but we'd ask to hold the vote until after we've gone through the advertising reg in case there are any new definitions that we need to add or change.
Excellent. And so it starts on 54. Thanks. Excellent.
I'm sorry, 59.
Oh yeah, sorry, that's emergency. 59. Just want to give a lot of praise for the choreography, Carrie. Thank you very much.
That's it. And now it's my turn to not dare mess up the schedule, so I will do this quickly, Madam Chair. So 202, as Carrie said, we as you know look at all the regs every once in a while, certainly with this one coming back up, to make sure no new definitions are needed. There were no comments requesting new definitions or changes here, but just a few minor adjustments. First, you'll see at the top of page 59, as we spent more time in the in an overlap between the 100 series and 200 series regs, for instance, with internal controls, it made sense to add language making clear that where a definition is used in the 100 series, it applies here as well, unless the context clearly requires otherwise. And for ones that would be confusing, for instance, category 1, category 2, we've already done things like make clear as category 1 sports wagering. So that's a sort of procedural edit that hopefully clarifies things going forward. Other than that, there is a change at page 61. There is a reference to the definition of responsible gaming messaging, which is defined in your in 256. Again, I assume that the use of the term will not change. We may, even if there are changes to the actual definition, but that's one that was added. And other than that, there are no other changes. Any other red lines are just a matter of formatting or comparison to the last document. So that is it for 202.
Questions for Amina, commissioners? Okay. I have a motion.
Madam Chair.
Madam Chair.
I think we're holding off on that one, Madam Chair.
That's right. Thank you so much, Commissioner Hill. Thank you. And I know you just said that 2 minutes ago, but I was on a roll. Thank you.
I apologize to Carrie. I think I just cut you off. I didn't mean to do
Oh, no, I was going to say the same thing.
You were both all jumping in. I heard it, but I was one step removed. Thank you. So we're going to hold, and just a reminder too, because I may do what I just did and forget. So let's make sure we get that taken care of before we perhaps, well, I guess it will be when we finish with advertising. Okay. All right. So Mina, we've gotten you off on time.
Yeah, thank you. So I don't think I have anything further. I don't think it makes sense to start advertising, so I will let you go on to other agenda items and see you soon.
Thank you. Karen, I do have item 8, a commissioner update. Does it make sense for me to do that first, or is Alex ready to go?
Why don't you do that and I'll reach out to Alex, okay?
Okay. Commissioners, I don't think this is intended to launch a full big discussion, but during public meetings in December and then in January, we discussed promotional play and the directive provided by Chapter 93N. Over these 2 meetings, discussion focused on if the law allowed operators to deduct promotional play from their taxable sports wagering revenues. In January, we took a vote, the results of which indicated that the majority of commissioners felt the law was sufficiently ambiguous to allow the commission discretion to determine if promotional play should or should not be deducted. I've been advised that conversations on this matter in our January vote have recently invited several questions from interested stakeholders, including the media, public policy researchers, and at least one legislative office, which was raised yesterday afternoon. I have not received or reviewed them. I wanted to bring these inquiries to the attention of my fellow commissioners to determine the next steps you may wish to take, if any, on further clarification. Commissioners? Commissioner,
No, go ahead, Commissioner O'Brien.
I'm just, is there a way to get more specifics in terms of exactly what were the queries that have been received by the office?
I don't have them, but Mills, I think they were directed to you if he's available.
Absolutely, Chair. The questions that have been received have all been some form of will promo play be deductible for the operators? That is where I think clarity is needed from those entities that the chair mentioned, members of the media, public policy researchers, and the one legislative office.
And is there a way to identify for us the public policy researchers in the office?
I don't think that should be a problem. The public policy researcher is a professor at Boston University, and the legislative office is the office of Senator Will Brownsberger.
Okay. And do you have the name of the professor at BU?
Not handy, but I'm happy to get that for you. It was in an email to our MGC general email.
Okay.
So the Mills brought to my attention that he thought that while there had not been any, it had not been raised in any of our agenda setting meetings, that it might make sense for me to do it this way. As I mentioned, there was a majority vote by 3 commissioners that the law was sufficiently ambiguous for interpretation. 2 commissioners felt the law was clear and that the law did not permit promo play to be deducted. So at this point, I'm looking to see what steps, if any, the commission would like to take on providing clarification.
Madam Chair, I would ask that maybe during an agenda setting meeting, we set up a time for us to debate this and vote on it.
Okay.
In the very near future.
And to follow up on that, I'd like there to be an invitation for comment to be had in terms of other players in this. Maybe there's other legislators, maybe there's AG's office, Treasurer's office, RG that would want to chime in on this as well.
And I had a clarifying question for Mills, and it's really speaking to comment, where what is the communication that we received from those interested parties, were they limited to just an inquiry as to, yes or no, or did they provide written comment?
Commissioner Skinner, I'd say that some were telephone calls that I received in my role as the media affairs contact here at the commission, and a couple of them have come in emails, but generally speaking, the question was simply, will promo play be deductible?
Okay. So for the record, Madam Chair, I agree with Commissioners Hill and O'Brien as to next steps.
Commissioner Maynard?
Madam Chair, I appreciate this. I do remember the conversation very well, and I remember that some of the team members had some options as far as the policy goes, and there was a threshold question of, can the commission make a decision when a statute is ambiguous? And 3 of the commissioners did believe it was sufficiently ambiguous. I think that I agree with Commissioner O'Brien, Commissioner Hill, Commissioner Skinner. I need kind of the whole depth of the information. Commissioner O'Brien's point, there was a sentence or two in the AG's letter that addressed this that I found very important. And again, I think that the decision was, and at least my understanding of what my decision was that I believed we had the ability to make the decision, but I never weighed in on the policy. In fact, I think I said multiple times in that meeting that, I probably think it should not be deducted. But I do think that the commission has the ability to make that decision. So I would appreciate a fulsome conversation on this matter.
Commissioner O'Brien? Thank you, Commissioner Maynard. Commissioner O'Brien?
No, certainly. I mean, as everyone probably recalls, I was with the chair on this, where I didn't think the statute was ambiguous. And I think as at present, it is not deductible as written in the statute. I'm lying where Commissioner Maynard does in terms of what I know at this point, that I don't see a reason why it would be. Even finding, contrary to what I believe, that we would have the authority to make a judgment on that point. But to further the conversation, putting this out for comment for interested parties, getting information is absolutely part of our process. I don't know that there's even going to be call for a vote when we get to the end of that. We'll see. But if we want to mark it up to get a more formal commentary on this, I don't think is going to be anything but helpful to this process.
Commissioners, could I ask for perhaps one just change in the approach? Commissioner Hill said, could we wait for agenda setting? I'm wondering if it would be, we've already started to create a list of items that we would want. Can we launch that now and then set the date at the agenda setting? Because we want to be careful not to get too much into substantive discussions at our agenda setting meetings. So I've heard a little bit of a list. The first one I've heard is, well, first, are we okay if we just get a look, delve into a list of information to start with? And does it mean we wouldn't look for more down the road? Are we comfortable doing that right now? Commissioner Hill?
Yes. I was actually wondering, and food for thought, I have absolutely loved having these round tables that we've been having on different issues surrounding sports wagering. And I'm wondering if this might not be an opportunity for us to have a round table regarding this issue. It's a big issue that we're going to get a lot of information about. And those round tables have been invaluable to me as a member. With the information gathering that we get at those discussions. Just a thought.
Okay. If so, I'd love to have a list of likely participants, Commissioner Hill, and if you wanted to work with,
So if I could just stop the train on that for a little bit.
Yeah.
I'd like to see the commentary on the who's interested in what before we go talking about roundtables, because one of the restrictions and the limitations to roundtables is who's actually at the table. And so I want to make sure if we're doing that, we've got interested parties. And so I think until we have a sense of who the interested parties are, us crafting the roundtable, I'm concerned is going to be slanting the conversation maybe a little bit too much for my taste.
So, okay, let's just put the roundtable as a possibility, and I want to hear from the other commissioners as well on that, but that's one option. I heard you, Commissioner O'Brien, mentioned the AG's office, the treasurer's office. I would throw in the governor's office and A&F because some promo play deductions would have an impact on revenue. And other ideas, Commissioner Skinner, Commissioner Maynard. Commissioner Maynard?
I would want to hear on the RG piece,
Right.
what's the effect on the RG side? And then, of course, I know that this was also, the whole conversation came from a letter that came from an operator. So if that operator would like to show up in person and explain kind of their thought process on this, I'm comfortable with that too.
Okay, well, I think there might have been a couple of comments, so could we include that as part of the whatever other comments we get, Commissioner Maynard? Is that okay? We aren't going to forget the early comments, in other words. I would throw in, I'd like to hear from RSM because our applications, of course, presented what they anticipated to be their ability to generate revenue for the Commonwealth. And so I'd like to at least include RSM, and it might require an executive session if it was sensitive information. I think there was at least one public statement made by RSM about this, but I don't want to get into that at this point. Other information. Commissioner Skinner, are you leaning in?
Wasn't, RSM was my contribution, but you beat me to it.
My apologies. Commissioner Hill, anything in particular? The roundtable, I think if we decide to go that route, we could allocate a day with that input. I might say if we got some of the initial information and we take the temperature of the commissioners and then decide, do we need to use, the valuable time of roundtable participants?
Again, it was food for thought, and I want to get as much information as I can beforehand, whether that be before a roundtable or at a roundtable, doesn't matter to me.
Okay, thank you. Anything else, commissioners, that you could think of that we could get a leg up? So we put it out for comment, and I'm going to turn to General Counsel Grossman. Can we just go ahead and ask for written comments come in on this matter, or how would we proceed?
Yeah, I think that's fair at this juncture. You're not making any decisions, just gathering information. So that's appropriate in my view to move ahead as you've described.
The 1 week, 2 weeks?
Do we proactively reach out to the people that we've identified?
So I guess my question is, I'm trying to take notes here. So I had the AGO, the treasurer. Now we have the operators. With the
Governor's office and A&M.
Anyone else specifically that we should reach out to?
So Brianne, who is the RG lobbyist, I think following up on Commissioner Maynard's comment, Mark's thoughts internally, but then also if Brianne has information or insights.
It might just have, I'm so sorry, go ahead, Karen.
No, just saying. So what we would do is we would put something on the website as we normally do for a request for comments. And then we would basically send that to these parties and indicate we have this process. And if you're interested in commenting, here is the link.
It might be helpful too, if it's not too taxing mills, to kind of collect. There's been various articles and we've done some past research on other jurisdictions, maybe to collect that, because as you know, this is a very fluid conversation across the nation. We are actually in a favorable position of being able to learn from other states at this point. So maybe we collected some of those instructive news articles that have been passed around. If there's a way to collect them. Okay.
I'd also love to have, we'll only have 3 weeks come the middle of April, but I wouldn't really want to do this until we had some stats on what the gross revenue is without the deductions. That's the status now. And so I think that would be very informative to me ties into your RSM comment that you and Commissioner Skinner made, but.
I think probably then we want to make sure that Derek is involved to understand, you know, I don't, you know, the process of collecting what we've been collecting already and what the operators, there have been, of course, some revenues already collected.
Right.
So, you know, sort of give us an update on what has been occurring.
Right. I know they're normally not announced till the 15th of the following month. So, but it would only be the 3 weeks in March, but.
It's actually, Mills, we talked about the next revenue date because there's a holiday and a weekend involved. What date do we think?
Yeah, I believe it will be the 18th of April will be the revenue release day, if my memory serves.
Yeah, because the 17th is the holiday.
Patriots Day.
Okay. So a few days later than typically. There's the FAO, Lennon, you've been keeping track. So is there anything that you would think that we should also need?
No, but I wouldn't, I think I would caution, as Commissioner O'Brien points out, we're not gonna have a lot of data. In these first few months, everyone's going for all the operators are going for the grab, as far as offering a lot of promotions. So it may not, you know, total handle may not be reflective of what it would look like in steady state.
Right.
So I think we might want to take a look at some other jurisdictions too for that, what it looked like at the beginning and then what it looks like in steady state.
Right.
Madam Chair,
Maybe we could ask RSM to do that. Commissioner Maynard?
can I ask, the assumption now, right, and I'm making this assumption, right, is that the operators are not deducting this until a decision's made, right? Derek?
That seems to be what's happening, is my understanding that they have interpreted the law such a way.
I wouldn't say it that way, Madam Chair. I would say that they're operating a certain way until we interpret the law in the most conservative fashion.
Commissioner Maynard, excuse me, but I think it's the lawyer in me because I'm thinking there's a very savvy tax lawyer who's helping them out, but I might be wrong. You're absolutely right.
There was also, so there's one other thing. Derek, there was, when you presented that information, it was very helpful. There was also some assumptions built in of what could happen if the entire market grew versus if the entire market didn't grow. I don't know if RSM could look at that also, because there's a short-term, long-term, right? Definitely short-term. If there's no deduction in promo play, there's going to be more tax revenue. There is an argument that, and I remember hearing it, that if the entire market grows, you would have a long-term growth. And so I'm just interested in hearing about that, if possible.
Correct. And that was mine was very rudimentary. So I think it would be better if RSM or someone better at forecasting and projecting those models did it. And, you know, just that basic general discussion again, that these are taxes right off of revenue, right? So a lot of assumptions out there that this is done to avoid taxing or done to avoid would get to the point of these operators would no longer be going entities because they have no money to pay even for payroll if there's nothing to tax on. So I think RSM would be good for that discussion.
Excuse me, Karen or Derek, who do we arrange for this? Who arranges this exercise with RSM? There's been several requests for RSM's analyses. Is that something that Derek does, or is?
Well, Loretta's actually been the one coordinating with RSM, so I would suggest maybe have her reach out to. I don't know. I mean, I don't really have.
So I haven't taken exact notes on all the RSM inquiries. I know Commissioner Maynard just made one. I suggest looking back at other jurisdictions generally, and then Derek, maybe Grace, you've gotten some of those notes. But we just want to make sure that if we ask RSM, that it's complete, so somebody can look at the record. Is there anything else we want from RSM? Commissioner Skinner, you had them in mind too? Anything else?
Nothing additional.
Okay, anything else that? All right, maybe we can go on then, unless there's any further questions or another commissioner's update. And again, it was given that the, Tom brought us the inquiry from the legislative office to my attention yesterday, so we thought that was an important inquiry to respond to. Okay, are you all set then, Mills? So you can do your job.
Absolutely. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, excellent. All right, I don't hear any further questions. It is still good morning, Dr. Lightbound.
Good morning.
How are you?
Good, how are you?
Excellent, thank you.
So if we could take our items out of order. Steve O'Toole had a personal thing that he's attending to this morning. He'll probably be ready in 10 or 15 minutes, but if he's not, we might have to take your break and then do him right after.
No problem.
But I do have Suffolk's item ready to go, and that's on page 187 of your packet. And Mike Buckley and Bruce Barnett are on the call as well. They're ready to go.
Hi, Mr. Buckley. Hi, Mr. Barnett.
Hi, commissioners.
I'm
Morning.
still scrolling. Just 1 second, please. It just went all the way to the top again.
Again, it's
this one-
page 187, the Suffolk request for DK Horse as an account wagering company.
Great, thank you.
Okay, so Suffolk has asked for approval of DK Horse, which is DraftKings Horse, as one of their account wagering companies. It's going to be based on the backbone, so to speak, of the Churchill Technology Initiative Company, which runs Twin Spires, which has been authorized in Massachusetts for a number of years. And, you know, the commission did approve them earlier as an account wagering company, again, for Suffolk for this year. Since my memo was written, I've been updated by Mike and DK Horse that they've also been approved in Colorado, Indiana, Washington, and West Virginia. We don't have any information that there's any issues with these providers, and obviously we've had the experience with the Churchill Downs infrastructure for years. Again, we just note that with Greyhound racing wagering ending up until August 1st, that, you know, that's included in the recommendation, is that it be approved just until then. I'll open it up to Mike if he has anything he'd like to say.
Hi, commissioners. No, I think that perfectly summarizes the objective here today. Again, DK Horse is an affiliate of DraftKings, who would be using the back-end technology of the Churchill Twin Spires platform. And this relationship is very, very similar or akin to the Caesars Racebook and Naira relationship, which was also approved in December as well. So those are, I think, good examples of the ask here today.
Questions, commissioners?
I'm just looking for clarification again on the Greyhound racing part of it. I understand that they still race minimally. Is the reference to the 2022 and the August 1 expiration, is that racing in general, ADW, or is that specific to the Greyhound racing?
That's specific to the Greyhound racing.
So the ADW request goes through the calendar year.
Correct.
The Greyhound would be the expiration at the end of July.
Yep.
And the reading of the statutes at present is, despite the fact that it's illegal in the Commonwealth, it's still legal to bet by the ADW?
No, it's just to point out that it will be illegal as of
August
you know,
1st.
right, as of August 1st. We just wanted to make sure that that's noted. And to be honest, I'm not even sure if some of these account wagering companies don't show dog racing already. And I just don't know if DraftKings does or not. I didn't check, but just to cover ourselves that, you know, there's no confusion that when August 1st comes, there is no more betting in Massachusetts on dog racing.
There's only one right now that is
Only
doing it. Only one ADW right now.
So is this language irrelevant as to DraftKings? Do we just say it's not part of the authorization?
I can't opine on that. I'm not sure if they are going to include it or not. Are they using Twin Spires as the back end, Mike?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So Twin Spires is one of the only ones that currently uses dog racing. So that's something that, you know, at that point, if they do that, and I would have to talk to you anyways about to make sure how we can sunset that whole thing.
Right.
So, but yeah, they are. That's the one ADW that is doing dog racing right now.
Can we just get a summary from legal as to the legal context for how it's illegal, but you can still bet through July 31st?
In terms of the ADW?
Yes, I don't know if Todd or anybody is on. This has just been a little part of this ADW that's bothered me.
Yeah.
If I can clarify, DK Horse is not going to be doing any greyhound racing on their ADW platform.
Okay, so then.
And then Eileen, I think why the actual sunsetting is out there now is because Grey 2K came out and said, well, that's great that we eliminated dog racing here in Massachusetts. However, you know, we had thought that it was going to be across the board. So the wagering right now through Twin Spires is only there's only two tracks left in the United States. So the rest are coming mostly from Ireland. And
Commissioner O'Brien, the reason why we've included this in the wording, and when we did it with the simulcasting and account wagering in December, was because the legislature, when they renewed the racing legislation, that is included in that for the first time. They made it very clear that that's when it ends. So that's why we brought it up now.
Got it.
So it is in the statute. Yeah. And in December, we, and I'm sure Bruce Barnett remembers the conversation we had a discussion about that going into whether it was July 31st or August 1st.
I do remember that.
It is in the statute. Yeah.
Yeah, it's actually in the it's an outside section of the session law that inserted 23N in. They did it in phases. After the referendum in 2009, they banned live greyhound racing in the Commonwealth, but it has been until this coming August permissible to wager on it if the actual race takes place somewhere else.
Right.
Mr. Barnett, even if there's this notion that DraftKings won't be airing or allowing betting on greyhound, a clean way for us to get this to move on this, just to tidy everything up from a legal point of view.
Madam Chair, I missed the beginning of the question. I think
I'm sorry, I understand that DraftKings is not going to allow for betting on, if I understood Mr. Buckley right, on greyhound racing that is illegal outside of Massachusetts, or that's underway outside of Massachusetts. So even so, that makes it sound moot. But is it, in my understanding, that this would be a sort of a clarifier and a clean way to conclude this by moving on this matter?
Yes, and you're saying doing it in the way that it's presented in Alex's recommendation?
Yes.
Yeah, I agree. It just puts them on the same footing as everybody else for the next 4 months.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. Sorry that my question was less than artful. All right.
It was a reception issue on my end.
I think I probably was less than clear too. All right. So commissioners, do you have further questions for Dr. Lightfoot or Mr. Buckley or Mr. Burnett? Okay. Are we inclined to move? And if so, I'll take a motion.
Madam Chair, I move that the commission approve DK Horse LLC as an advanced deposit wagering vendor for Suffolk Downs for pari-mutuel wagering purposes only, on the condition that if DK Horse LLC accepts wagering in Massachusetts on greyhound racing, it may do so only until August 1st, 2023, consistent with Chapter 128 of the Acts of 2022.
Thank you. Any questions or edits? Commissioner O'Brien?
Aye.
Commissioner Hill?
Aye.
Commissioner Skinner?
Aye.
Commissioner Maynard?
Aye.
5-0. Thank you. Thanks, Alex.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you very much.
Thanks very much.
Nice to see you.
So I did get a note from Steve O'Toole that he was able to join us on the phone, so we can go ahead to his items.
Okay, so which page so that we can?
Yep, we'll start on page 180. These items are going a little out of order from the agenda. I wasn't clear when I talked to them about the agenda, what order it should go in. So we're going to go in the order that the packet is.
Whatever works for you, Alex. Okay.
And actually, Alex did it correctly. It was on me. I didn't have it in the order she submitted, so that's not on Alex. So thank you.
We're all a team here.
Yeah.
Okay. All righty. But we just took care of which item, so I can cross it off. Alex, we just.
It was the last item.
Yes.
E.
Yeah,
E. Item
yeah.
E.
And now we're turning to item A.
Yeah, we're not going to start with item A. I think item A is the one of the reimbursements. Instead, we're going to start with item B, which is on page 180 of the packet.
Okay, and I actually think I heard B, so I really need a clarification. Alex, okay, item B. All right. Good morning, Steve.
Good morning, Commissioner. Can you hear me?
We can.
Very good.
Okay, so our first item that we're going to cover for Plain Ridge is their a routine item that we do every year. It's their approval of their operating personnel and their racing officials. Steve O'Toole has submitted a list dated March 14th, 2023. And interestingly enough, this might be the first time we've had a list that is basically identical to the year before. Usually there's a few additions and subtractions. So these are all people that have been licensed with us in the past. No issues with them last year, obviously. In addition, the 5 operating personnel that are listed, they have current gaming employee licenses. I did check with the gaming licensing division to make sure they were all licensed still as far as that goes. On the racing side, they're still in the process of getting their licenses. Some of them have them and some of them don't. As you can imagine, the meet doesn't start for a couple of weeks, so the officials are just starting to come back now. So my recommendation is that the commission approve the request of the operating personnel and racing officials pending the satisfactory completion of licensure by the Gaming Commission Division of Racing and the satisfactory completion of their background checks by the state police. And I'll turn it over to Steve if he has anything he'd like to add.
Yeah. Thank you, Alex. The only thing that and I apologize for not being on the screen, but and seeing everyone, but the only thing I'd like to add is that I'm thrilled that, the team is back and everyone is coming back to their positions because they all do a great job, and I don't have to worry about, about their duties and the way they carry them out. Our presiding judge last year was new to that position, and I was very, very pleased with his performance, as well as Alex's team that support him. So just thrilled to have everyone back on board this year.
Thank you, Steve. Any questions for Steve O'Toole or for Dr. Lightfound? Commissioner Maynard.
I'm ready to move. I move that the commission approve.
If I missed Commissioner Hill, my apologies. I might have missed you.
You did not.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Maynard. My apologies for interrupting.
Sorry. I move that the commission approve Plain Ridge Park Casino's list of operating personnel and racing officials for the 2023 racing season as included in the commissioner's packet and discussed here today, subject to the conditions that such operating personnel and racing officials obtain the necessary licensure and satisfactorily complete their background checks by the Massachusetts State Police.
Second.
Commissioner Hill. Oh, I think that there was two at the same time. Commissioner Skinner, do you yield to Commissioner Hill?
I do.
Thank you. We have a second. Commissioner O'Brien.
Aye.
Commissioner Hill.
Aye.
Commissioner Skinner.
Aye.
Commissioner Maynard.
Aye.
And I vote yes. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Lightbound. What's next?
Okay, so if you scroll to the next page, the packet, the request from Plain Ridge for a waiver of 205 CMR 312, number 7. They've asked for this, I believe, since 2018. Yes. The commission has approved it each year, and there haven't been any problems with this waiver. When the horses are off for a certain amount of time, they need to come back and do basically kind of like a practice race. We call them a qualifier. It's non-betting and it's for no purse money. And basically it gives the horses a chance to get back into racing shape. It gives a chance for the veterinarians to make sure they're in racing shape, and it gives a line for the future bettors. So again, we haven't had any problem with this, and my recommendation is to approve it. And if Steve O'Toole would like to add anything.
The only thing I would add, Alex, and I think you explained it well, is that at the beginning of the year, any horse that hasn't raced for a considerable amount of time will qualify. And then once they're qualified, if they should happen to take a break in that period for whatever reason, they would come back and requalify. And the rule states 30 days. The breed has developed considerable since this rule was put in place years ago, and most jurisdictions are at 45 or even 60 days. So I think 45 days is the right number, and so that's the reason that we put in the request. And the horsemen obviously are behind this, and actually are the ones that suggested it in 2018.
Okay, I just want to make sure, Chad, do you want to weigh in? Or are you all set?
I am all set right now. I do.
You're coming on. Yes. Okay. Just trying to read the room virtually, Chad. Thank you.
He's on deck and swinging his bat, ready to come
I can see that. Sometimes I just don't know if they're sort of touching that home plate, Commissioner Hill. So here we go. Do I have a motion?
Madam Chair, I move that the commission waive the requirement set out in 205 CMR 3.12 sub 7 that all horses not showing a satisfactory race line during the previous 30 days do a qualifying mile at a race before the judges, and change the 30-day period to 45 days for the 2023 racing season for the reasons discussed here today and included in the commissioner's packet.
Second. Thank you, Commissioner Skinner. Okay. Any edits or questions? Commissioner O'Brien.
Aye.
Commissioner Commissioner Hill,
Aye.
Commissioner Skinner,
Aye.
Commissioner Mayor.
Aye.
I vote yes, 5-0.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I do have just a quick question now that the vote is over. So if this started, these requests started in 2018 and we continued to allow them to move forward, would there be a reason why we wouldn't take a look at the regulation and maybe change it, considering that we continue to offer this waiver every year?
That's a really good question. I bet Dr. Lightbound has it on her list.
We can certainly add that to the list. Part of the regulation actually says the association may request a waiver of this requirement. So it's right in the CMRs now that they can ask for a waiver of it.
So I guess I'm asking, why wouldn't we change it from 30 to 40 days?
Right, we
Considering-
could just change it to the 45 days. Yeah.
And it looks like there's enough evidence and data to show why we could do that or would do that. So just food for thought moving forward, that's all.
Sure.
Well, that's really good. And I know that that's an exercise that we're going through to look at our regs. So Dr. Lightbound, Commissioner Hill's got a good idea that helps, unless there's any reason to imagine that it wouldn't be good. But I'm with Commissioner Hill. Excellent idea. Thank you. All right.
Okay, so our next items are the 2 reimbursements that Plainridge has asked for, and I'll turn it over to Chad Bork now.
Thanks, Alex. So as she mentioned, Plainridge is requesting reimbursement for the 2 handicapping contests that were approved by the commission back on October 13th of 22. And just to recap, each month funds are deposited into the Harness Horse Promotional Trust that Plainridge can use to engage customers, increase attendance, and handle. Distributions are made upon the commission's approval of the licensee's request for consideration, followed by a request for reimbursement. So the first request is for $25,000 to reimburse funds that were used for the penultimate handicapping contest that took place between the dates of November 5th through November 25th. The second request is for $2,500 to reimburse funds that were used for the Survivor handicapping contest that took place on October 24th. The funds will be used to reimburse Plainridge for payouts made to the patrons who were winners of the contest. I reviewed all the documents, which included acknowledgement forms of the payouts, and it did match up. Each prize was paid out in the manner that was stated in Steve's consideration. The fund currently has a balance a little over $280,000, and that does include the approval of this request. I do consider it to be in good order and recommend approval. If there isn't any questions, I don't know, Steve, if you want to come back on and add a little color to that.
I would just say that it was a hit with the customers, free to enter, and 25,000 up for grabs. And I just wanted to add, so it was very well received by our customers and fans. For the 2,500 Survivor contest, that was held on Sire Stakes Finals Day, and the Breeders Association they split that with us. So it was $2,500 a piece. It was a $5,000 prize. And what the Survivor was, you pick each race, and then as soon as it drops out that there's just one person left. In this case, there was two people left, and then they didn't hit the next race. So so there was 2 winners there. They split the 5,000, but it was very nice to have the cooperation of the Breeders Association to split that Survivor contest with us. And we're talking with both the horsemen and the breeders to do similar contests for this coming season.
Great.
questions for Chad or Steve? Okay, so you need a vote on that as well, Chad. I have a motion, Commissioner.
Are we going to do these separately or are we going to do them together, Madam Chair?
Well, we can do them.
If we're
I
doing them,
believe there's two items. It's items A and E.
A and E. They're on the agenda separately, but in the packet, they're kind of sequential and together.
You know what? You're the moving parties. So shall we go? We will go forward, Chad, and do the next one. You know what? And I know that we have draft motion, so
I think Chad mentioned both, right? It's a question of
Yep.
can we do them on one motion? I think you can do them in one motion, Brad, if you specify them.
that's fine with me.
Okay.
Thank you, Brad. I wondered if I had missed something. Okay, thank you.
So let's see if I can pull this off. I move that the commission approve the expenditure of $25,000 from the Harness Horse Promotional Trust Fund to Plain Ridge Park Casino in accordance with Chapter 128A, Section 5G for the Penn Ultimate Handicapping Contest as included in the commissioner's packet and discussed here today. And further move that the commission approve the expenditure of $2,500 from the Harness Horse Promotional Trust Fund to Plain Ridge Park Casino in accordance with Chapter 128A, Section 5G for the Survivor Handicap Contest as included in the commissioner's packet and discussed here today.
Second.
I add the edit because I understand that because of the way the motions were structured, why you asked the question, Commissioner Hill, but you always have the ability to do it the way you want. You know, these are draft motions. So I think that worked out nicely. So that's my comment. Any other comments or edits on the motion? We're all good. Commissioner O'Brien.
Aye.
Commissioner.
Aye.
Commissioner Skinner.
Aye.
Commissioner Maynard.
Aye.
I vote yes. 5-0.
Thank you, commissioners.
Thank you, Chad. Good to see you.
Good to see you too. Enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Checking these right off, Dr. Lightdown.
Yep, that does it for the racing items. Thank you.
It does all. And it's still before noon.
Yes.
So I think commissioners, we have to, this team really got us organized today. To Director Wells, congratulations to all your team so far for this very productive morning.
And we do, Madam Chair, along those lines, we do have the language ready for discussion on the Russian restriction, if you'd like to do that. So we have that, and then the advertising ready.
Excellent. And I see Sterling's already, so that's great timing. And I know that Mina is coming back at noon, and commissioners, we can think about what we want to do for lunch break after we hear from Sterl. And thank you, Sterl, for being able to come back in such timely fashion.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Grossman helped with the language, and we are, if you would like, I will read it out and we can discuss whether this meets the ideas of the commission. Sound good? So we wanted to change it to no wager shall be offered or accepted in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts by a licensed sports wagering operator on an event or league overseen by a Russian or Belarusian governing body or body headquartered in Russia or Belarus. Further, no wager shall be offered or accepted on any athlete competing individually or on any team in an event authorized in the Commonwealth's catalog if the individual or team is known to represent Russia or Belarus. wagering is permitted on a Russian or Belarusian-born based or affiliated athlete competing individually or on a team in an event authorized in the Commission's catalog if the event is scheduled to be conducted outside of Russia or Belarus and they are not known to represent or promote these countries.
Commissioners, would you like Sterl to share that language, or are you okay hearing it? Would you like to see it, commissioners?
Can I see it?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
It was emailed also, if people need to pull it up.
Thank you. We've got it now in front of us. Do you mind making, there we go.
Is it big enough?
It's good. Thank you, Sterl.
Yep.
There is one typo in the word Belarusian the first time it appears. We can fix that, of course.
Fine, yeah. Questions for Sterl? We can take it down if it's available, so we can see each other. Any questions for Sterl or Rod? And Bruce is here too. Commissioner Skinner.
So thank you, Todd and Sterl, for the quick turnaround on this language. I think the intent is clear here. Where is this language going? I just want to clarify that.
It is going in the guidelines tab on our sports catalog on our website.
Okay.
It will be updated once approved.
And will we also include a few of those examples that you captured earlier in the meeting? Is it, I don't know if it's appropriate, those examples are appropriate to be set out in that guidelines document, but if so, I would suggest we add them. But I'm fine with the language as written.
I think that's a question for Todd, whether it should be legally or I mean, I don't see a problem listing them out, but I don't know. Examples?
I think we can offer some clear examples for sure.
So with that said, we did discuss this and we wanted to make sure. So we have an understanding for our operators. We state at the end that they're known to represent or promote the countries. That being said, an athlete not known to do so, but then wants to then, in some opening ceremony of a hockey game, for an example, starts waving a Russian flag, that wouldn't invalidate wagers on that event, but will be looked at going forward as somebody who would not be able to be wagered upon due to promoting those countries. That is our understanding. I wanted to know if that is the understanding of the commission as well.
Seems like a fair interpretation to me.
Thank you, Commissioner O'Brien.
Thank you.
I was on mute, but I said, I think so. I think that's exactly how I would interpret it.
Thank you, Commissioner Hill. Bruce, were you?
No, I was glad for that interpretation. That's how we all kind of looked at it and are concerned with it as well. So.
Okay, and you would like a vote on this because it's going the catalog. Or motion.
I find it. I don't know where it went. Okay, here we go. But if someone has it ready, please feel free.
Well, I think we need to reference, I can move, and then what I'm going to do is just reference the language that Sterl read at this most recent discussion. I would move that the commission amend the adopted sports wagering catalog for all licensees in Massachusetts by replacing the restriction prohibiting wagers on, quote, any sports or sporting event overseen by Russian or Belarusian governing bodies, leagues, events, and players, end quote, with the language most recently read by Sterl Carpenter at today's meeting at approximately 11:45 a.m. and as further discussed here today.
Second.
Any questions or edits? Commissioner O'Brien,
Aye.
Commissioner Hill,
Aye.
Commissioner Skinner,
Aye.
Commissioner Maynard,
Aye.
and I vote yes. So 5-0. That's excellent work. Thank you. And
Thank you all, Madam Chair, Commissioners.
thank you. Thank you. We appreciated the inquiry. Okay, so that brings us to 10 of 12. I see Executive Director Wells very much nodding her head. So we would be turning now to our advertising reg. But I know that Mina doesn't return until noon. And there's Carrie. How should we proceed, commissioners and Carrie?
Yes, Madam Chair, we could take a short break or you could take an early lunch break, however you'd like to proceed. And then this afternoon, we'll have Mina available for the advertising regs.
I would think the lunch break makes most sense now, and then we come back in fully fed and ready to go.
Makes sense, 10 of 12. So, and there are, as we all know, there are extensive comments, and so it gives us also a chance to review those, reconsider them, and eat some good lunch. So what time do you want to return? 10 of 12?
So my question is, does Mina have enough time to get something to eat before jumping back on with us at 12:20?
What if we did like 12:30?
That's what I'm, then he can have time to make sure he's had enough to eat before he dives in with us.
Yeah, I think if we come back at 12:30, he's gonna have about the same time as us. Does that make sense? I was gonna recommend a little bit longer break for us. Okay, and then we'll go straight through 2:45. We'll conclude the meeting then, and any work that needs to be done, we are preserving Monday, March 27th. So if we have additional work to do on this regulation, let's see how we do. All right, with that, see you at 12:30. Are we all set? Yep, thank you, Dave.
All set.
Thank you. There's, I think, Second Director Wells will be joining us shortly. There we go. So, welcome back, everyone. A little bit of a lunch break. So convening of the Massachusetts Gaming Commission. So holding this meeting virtually. So I'll take a roll call. Good afternoon, Commissioner O'Brien.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Commissioner Hill.
Hello, present.
Good afternoon, Commissioner Skinner.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Commissioner Maynard.
Good afternoon.
So we'll get started. I see Carrie and Mina. We were worried that actually Commissioner O'Brien was particularly concerned that you might not have enough time for lunch. Mina, are you all set?
I am. Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Excellent. Thanks. Okay. Got Caitlin back and Christina. Hi, Christina. All right, we'll get started. Carrie. We're on legal and we only have one reg left. 205 CMR 256. Item 5J.
Yes, Carrie, I don't know if you have any prefacing remarks. If not, I can kick it off.
Go ahead and take it away, Mina.
All right. Again, this is sort of our next step in looking at the advertising regulations, and this is one that I know the commission has spent a considerable amount of time with in developing. You had at least 2 roundtables that Christina and I attended, perhaps there are others that I'm forgetting. You received a lot of comments on this, both from the regulated entities, other interested parties, and of course, it was the subject of the conversation, or much of the subject of the conversation with the Attorney General's office a few weeks back. What we'd like to do today is walk through the proposed edits to the regulation it's coming back for final promulgation. The comments in this case, unlike some of the ones we covered this morning, were more extensive, more thematic, and with a lot of narrative behind them. So there's a lot of great information in your packet about the comments. However, it's not probably not the best use of time or easiest really to go through the 75 pages or so of that. So instead, what we'd like to do is we'll try to highlight the comments as they came up, because again, there's a lot of agreement, or at least sort of the same themes popped up again and again. We did receive just yesterday the comments that I mentioned this morning from the Attorney General's office, which included a number of comments on 256 as well as others. Just to reiterate what I said this morning, the comments on 138, 238, 247, and 248, since those aren't before you, largely, not entirely, but largely had to do with data privacy and use of patron data. That is a subject for a regulation that we plan to put together. And so we'll be taking that feedback into the preparation of those of that regulation. The comments for 256 and are the last couple of pages of the AG's office's comments. I will try to cover those. The A&K team has had an opportunity to look at those briefly since they came in yesterday. But part of the plan here, assuming this takes as much time as we anticipate it to, is we'll try to cover this, give everybody a moment to digest the information, but perhaps unless we're able to, perhaps not take a vote right away on it, and just take some feedback from the commission about how you might want to address some of those comments. So that's the approach we would like to take. Madam Chair, or anybody else, I assume that's okay.
Commissioner, good? I see nodding heads.
And so 256 begins on page 107 of your packet. The first comment that I'll note is in 256.01, a slight change to add the word sports wagering ahead of the phrase or ahead of the list of items covered by this regulation. The reason for this was comments from several entities, Fanatics and Penn in particular, that want to have clarity that this didn't apply to perhaps to their other lines of business or to other activities they might engage in. And so for the avoidance of any doubt, we added that language in. So it's a simple edit in 256.01. The next item, which does not appear as an edit yet or in any on the document, but is an issue for conversation and was probably the most commented on, and I know you've spent a lot of time on it, is the language in 256.01.3. So this is the language that, absent the waiver that's currently in place, would ban agreements between a sports wagering operator and any third party where the agreement provides for compensation dependent on or related to the volume of sports, of patrons who sign up or wagers placed or the outcome of wagers. Obviously, you all spent quite a bit of time on this, had a roundtable, I think, particularly on this topic, and including getting into the nuances of the particular kinds of agreements here. The revenue share ones versus the cost per acquisition. We've also, just to recap, for I know most folks here know this, but just in case anyone also is listening in the public, also had the changes to the vendor and registrant licensing schemes to address this in a slightly different way. The operators, the broadcasters, entities like IDEA, the teams, the sports teams who also commented on this, like the Red Sox, basically everybody in the regulated industry side has advocated for removing this section either in its entirety or limiting it to just limiting it in different ways. For instance, FanDuel suggested limiting the prohibition to arrangements based on wagers placed as opposed to patrons that sign up in their comments. But there is, as you know, there's a lot of feedback you received about the waiver, and then also now the Attorney General's office has asked in their comment letter initially, and in the comments they provided yesterday, that this section be retained. They would also, if it is retained, would seek to add a brief, excuse me, I'm just making sure I have the right language. They wouldn't be here, sorry, that there would be language in 01 sort of referencing back to agreements as well. 011 as opposed to 013. So that's the current state of situation of where things stand now.
Commissioner Mayor, are you leaning in? No.
Just one second, sorry about that. So I just want to nail this down. I have the comments up and I want to make sure that I'm looking at this correctly. Did they comment on subsection 256.01 subsection 3? I see the 01 subsection 1 addition.
Yes, Commissioner Maynard, I may have misspoke about the red line. There were, as you might recall, there was a letter before the last session. In the letter, they advocate for keeping it in, but there was no red line associated with it. So they would like to keep it in. Is all we know about that position. In their initial letter, the rationale for that had to do in part with, or at least the stated rationale was a concern about potential problems from a party having both a ability to benefit from a wager placed or drawing folks to wager, and also acting in a capacity of giving potential advice on what to wager on or how to wager. That is also addressed elsewhere in these regulations. And so that on its own probably would not be a reason to retain it. I think the reasons for and against retaining this language or modifying this language are effectively what you've been talking about in the prior conversation. I don't want to repeat those all, but basically the conversations about third-party marketing affiliates generally. This is the language that I think when Paul was presenting a lot of that over the last couple of weeks, pointing to this is where the next change would be if you were to make a change in line with the waiver.
Does anyone else have a question? Because I have a clarifying question. What we're seeing right now, 256.01, 1 and 3. But we made a decision to change this, that's through April 14th, right? But that's not reflected here.
Correct. It was through April 14th, which is when this emergency regulation would end. And so we wanted to today talk about whether this language, whether to continue the decision permanently would be one option, whether to keep this or to go back to this language, or some modification in between as well.
And okay, and so is it, I just want to make sure commissioners remembered what our decision was and we're all set. And Commissioner O'Brien?
Yeah, so the status is that the language is as it is, and it's just a waiver. And so to your point, if the decision still has yet to be made on striking it in its entirety or retaining some portion of it. So there's sort of the three options. There's the waiver expires, you go back to it as written. The decision is made by the majority to strike the section in its entirety, or you go back at the end of the waiver to this subsection, but it's altered in some way. So we do need to have that conversation.
But and clarifying, Commissioner O'Brien or Mina or Carrie, we did, and I'm sorry for my memory is not serving me well. We did decide, and maybe we didn't. Did we decide that they would have the elevated, that there would be an elevated status of license?
Yes, that part is in. That would not be in this section though, Madam Chair. That is in 232. Yeah.
Thank you.
And 234. Yeah.
Okay, so that's in, all right. So that's the good reminder. It's in the other section. So the status right now is cost per acquisition are permissible through April 14th, and revenue sharing is permissible if it's an elevated status from registrant up to vendor. Is that right? In a nutshell?
I believe that's right. Carrie or others on the legal team will correct me, I'm sure, if I'm wrong on that. So I guess I'm right, so I'll take it.
Yeah, no, I think that's right.
And so we did it by a waiver. To Commissioner O'Brien's point, the waiver waives 3 and then the other section. Okay, thank you. Very helpful.
So I have a question process-wise, Madam Chair.
Yes.
Commissioner O'Brien just brought up the 3 options, which I have listed as well. At what point do we have that discussion? Is that today or is that at a later date?
I think, Mina, are you opening it up for discussion right now?
I am, yes. So I think those are the 3 options before you. Is keep it in total, essentially end the waiver and apply the rule as originally written, extend the waiver in whole or in part, either by removing this section altogether or by modifying it in some way. For instance, you could have a provision that allows cost per acquisition, but not revenue sharing as a possible modification. But those are the kinds of options you could look at.
So there's also, in terms of CPA though, there's different things in here. And when you look at the comments, some of them are CPA only to the point of KYC, then there's compensation. Then there's CPA, maybe not rev share, but then the person has to actually do a wager. And then there's sort of the CPA that comes into rev share, which is, well, now I'm going to get more depending on how active and prolific this person is on your website. So it seems to me, unless it's being stricken all in its entirety, and all of those are an option in terms of compensation for third-party marketing, there does have to be a conversation about those in terms of if the answer is it's going to be something in 3, but less than what's there now, what exactly are the options short of repealing it altogether?
So one option that would mirror what is happening, what was sort of set up in the 234 vendor and registrant licensing part, would be to change subsection 3. And I apologize, you don't have this draft language in the packet, but just as a suggestion is that we came up with essentially in the last day or two is no sports wagering operator may enter into an agreement with a third party to conduct advertising, marketing, or branding on behalf of or to the benefit of the licensee in exchange for a percentage of net sports wagering revenue earned from users that the third party directs to the operator. So that one would limit revenue that goes to the operator from being shared. That is our attempt to keep it as close to what is currently in 234 as previously discussed.
And where's that language? Where's that language you just read?
It is in my personal notes. I apologize. That you don't have. So I can put it into a Word document or something to share the screen if that's easier.
Yeah, no, I like it. But it's my understanding that the revenue share or marketing affiliates who have the revenue share agreement with operators do not, in their compensation is not increased depending on the amount that is wagered by a patron that they directed or sent or advertised on their websites. That's my understanding. I think the language is good as an added measure of protection here for patrons, but I do think that there is a distinction or a misunderstanding rather of how the revenue share agreements work. At least I was under one impression and was able to be informed as to how it really works. So whether, and I'm not claiming to be an expert on this subject at this point, but it's my understanding that the revenue share marketing affiliate gets paid the same whether patron wagers $10 or $100.
That was not my understanding. Because that's a CPA. The CPA model is pure sign up. It doesn't matter how much you bet. The rev share is I get a portion of what you bet.
Well, the distinction is it's not a one-time payment. The revenue share is sort of an ongoing payment model. So I believe that each time the patron wagers, there's the tracking of that and there's compensation to match. But I think the rate of compensation is the same, whether the patron wagers $10 or $100. It's just if that patron wagers 5 times over the course, yes, the revenue share affiliate is getting paid for each of those touches.
I think they're both options. I don't think one is exclusive of the other. I think you can have either percentage of bet or number of bets. I didn't think one was off the table. That was my understanding of it.
Well, the language that Mina suggests or proposes, I think would cover that scenario in prohibiting it.
So the follow-up question I had, Mina, on the language was the last phrase that says that you can't have it based on clients that they brought in. Is that necessary language? It would seem superfluous to say you can't have a percentage of of the bets on anybody? Like what's the reason for the extra phrase?
I think the idea for that extra phrase was reflecting that may be one of the ways that folks get paid, but I think you could do it. That's certainly another option, is to say percentage of net sports wagering revenue, period, as opposed to earn from users at the third party directs to the operator. So that's an option.
Yeah, because my worry is if Commissioner Skinner's concept is the accurate one, the language saying that you can't get them their percentage of their own, is there some way that they backdoor it where it's some cumulative amount and it's like, well, we're not just basing it on that, you're just getting a percentage of X that we give to everybody as bonus money, versus that the phrase isn't there, then they just cannot get a percentage of the amount that's the gross amount.
Want to share the language, Nina, maybe?
Sure. Yeah, let me do that. And I just as a process question too, because it's unlikely we're going to vote today. One thing we will do is, based on feedback from today on these comments and whatever we can from the AG's comments, our goal will be to have a revised version that you could see on Monday as well. So, but I will share this here as well. Let me just make sure I'm doing that correctly.
I have a request. Could we try to get clarification, more formal clarification as to how the revenue share agreements work in that specific regard? Because I don't want my fellow commissioners to take my word for it. I do want there to be something that we can be comfortable relying on more formally.
Apologies. I'm just trying to adjust the document.
Yeah. Karen, maybe we can have legal take a look. I'm trying to think where that clarification would be in the documentation that we've had already. So legal and wagering division could maybe work to get what Commissioner Skinner's asking for.
We can certainly do that between now and Monday on our end as well.
Thank you.
So just Madam Chair, just for the sake of having this particular conversation, I'm going to stop screen sharing if that's okay, unless.
Can I just read it real quick?
Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Yes, sorry. Don't mean to hide it.
I think it's good to be sharing, and I don't know if anyone's seeing it. There would be comments on it. What we want to avoid is, again, unforeseen consequences. So I think to my fellow commissioners' points that have been raised. Okay,
So a follow up on that is the net should it be gross or net wagering revenue, or is it just net?
I think, again, this language had to do with particular language in 234 that was worded this way. But I think, again, I think it's a policy choice whether the prohibition scopes farther. I think, Commissioner O'Brien, what you're suggesting or what you're asking about really would suggest that a type of agreement that might be prohibited is one where, for instance, all vendors, sort of regardless, I think using the first part of the language that you were talking about or taking it out, earn from users, that would make it so that it's possible to enter into agreement that says, if
it's a bonus.
If an operator hits a certain target, everybody who does this marketing gets X for it. Whether they then share net or gross revenue, I think is sort of the same issue on that.
Okay, I'm all set. Nina, if everybody else is all set.
Thank you. Thank you, and I appreciate being relieved of my momentary panic of having to screen share. It always worries me what else might pop up that I can't control. So anyway, so I would suggest then, unless there's any objections, we insert this language in for number 3 and have the further discussion of whether this language or a further modification or no language at all is appropriate. Is that the best way to move forward between here and the next meeting?
I have a couple of questions, Madam Chair,
Yes, Commissioner.
and we're rehashing the questions that I'm asking. Can you refresh my memory, somebody, what other jurisdictions do in regards to third party?
Nina, you want to give that history where it came from originally?
Sure. Yeah. At least 2 other states, in my memory, prohibit it altogether. It's Connecticut and Illinois ban this altogether. And Connecticut, I think, is especially broad. I don't recall that any other jurisdiction has a sort of more nuanced piece to this, although I think in the conversations on the enhanced licensing, there were a couple of jurisdictions that had sort of captured it that way as well. And I don't recall off the top of my head if it was New Jersey or others, but I think there was a couple that had addressed it that way.
And New York just
Yeah.
passed EPA rev share ban, one of the last times we were discussing it.
Yeah, they adopted the day before we kind of, when we made
our stance
Yeah.
date.
And I think Commissioner Maynard, Connecticut, you want to point out?
There's scuttlebutt that Connecticut may be going the other way
Oh,
at the
is that
same
right?
time. That well, according to some of the folks on our team. So I have a threshold question, Madam Chair. I just want to make sure I'm understanding the order of operations correctly. And you know, I'm not subject, you know, I'm not a part of all the team's conversations with the AG's office and the AG's teams and back and forth. I want to make sure that the version, the red line version we got, that there was, I just need, I'm trying to do the timeline in my head. Did it take into account the conversation we had about how we were going to supplant this issue in the short term during this waiver, right? Does it anticipate that we had a conversation about the Durant letter? Does it anticipate that we had a conversation about some of the issues that were brought up around push and pull advertising? If the answer is yes, great, right? Like that helps me when I'm looking through the comments. I just want to make sure that it wasn't just a comment on the black and white letter of the reg, not taking into account some of the conversations we had in meetings.
So
I just
as a reminder, and then everybody else can fill in. And Commissioner Hill, I probably will revisit the roundtable because it was so informative. But it's my understanding, please correct me if I'm wrong, but we did receive notice from the Attorney General's office that they would be providing comments after we conducted that roundtable and after we allowed for the waiver, if that's the right language. I think that's the timeline. We heard from First Assistant Attorney General Pat Moore that they would be submitting comments. We got the letter, and then of course we got the red line yesterday. The red line version gave us specific language, which we are super appreciative of. Is that right, Carrie, Caitlin, Nina? Is that your memory too?
I believe so, Madam Chair. I have in front the letter, the first letter from the Attorney General's office was March 7th. I'm trying to look back at the different calendar entries to remember when the waiver happened, but these things were very close in time, but I think the order you described is about right.
Yeah, Karen, I don't know if you can tell from your calendar, sorry to put this on you, but the last round table on third parties. And then Caitlin or Carrie, if you can figure out when we actually, because I could be completely wrong.
Yeah, I'll look for the date of the roundtable now.
But I do think it was very close in time.
February 27th.
Right.
And we had, as you remember, we had extensive representation from the third parties, the broadcasting. We had somebody from Nesson, and of course we had who was very helpful on the RG front.
The roundtable, as was just stated, was on the 27th. The vote for the waiver was the next day on the 28th.
Yes.
So that would have all happened before we received the initial letter from the AG's office.
Yeah, yeah. With that said, we have a lot of meetings, and we've had extensive roundtables and input, Commissioner Maynard, so I'm not sure if they had the chance to see the roundtable, view it, but
Well, and I didn't know if it was captured in the actual regulation, right? Or captured anywhere where you could see it visibly, right? That's what I'm really getting at is,
right.
if I were to go to the website or go somewhere, could I have seen what the decision we made in black and white that day? That's kind of what I'm getting at.
And I think that's where I was struggling today. There's no notation of our waiver here. So I think you're thinking from the AG's point of view, and I'm thinking from even a reminder for ourselves and the public. But that's the way this should be. The document is comprised the way it should be, but you're absolutely right that, but it would have been somewhere, right? I guess on our recording.
Right. And I think based on the way that the comment, so the waiver sort of took out that paragraph in full for a period of time, right? And so what the AG was looking at was the reg that had that paragraph. And so then if in their red line they did not take it out, I think we can assume that they would prefer to keep it in, would be how I would read their comments and red lines.
But Commissioner Maynard, you're thinking.
I'm thinking that maybe with the additional information of the conversations we had, they potentially view this differently or may see it. I don't know. That's what I'm trying to hash out. I just don't want to make a decision today. I want to get this on the record without making sure that, we really digest what the AG sent over. I really respect their view on this and how they're thinking. I just want to make sure that I understand exactly where we are on this. That's kind of where I'm coming from.
Can I add a clarification, Commissioner Maynard? So for instance, you're thinking too, they may not know that we thought about like the elevated licensure process that New Jersey has adopted with respect to the revenue sharing and may not understand the implications of the push-pull discussion that we had so extensively around the CPA, or they may fully and still want that position. Yeah. All right. So,
Madam Chair, if it's helpful on the timeline, I don't know if I could answer everything about what the AG knew or didn't know, et cetera. Their March 7th letter, just to be clear about what I think is at least reflected in that letter, they ended a section on various advertising practices, saying, importantly, we note these issues would become even more problematic should the commission back away from its current very sound prohibition on commission-based payment to third marketing vendors. And that's where they cite to this section of 256. So that's, clear avenue to keep it in. They also say we understand certain vendors are asking for that prohibition to be lifted, which the commission is considering on an interim basis, with a footnote citing to a State House News Service article from February 28th. So they were certainly aware you were in the process of discussing it and that some of the operators and vendors were asking for it to be removed. However, I acknowledge that doesn't mean that they had the benefit of all of the information you received during those 2 days.
That was really. Okay, Commissioner Burke.
Yeah, I mean, that would be consistent with my understanding. I've had conversations with them in terms of some of this that came right before the letter. I'd be shocked if they changed their position based on the discussions that we had had. But I mean, I'm with you, Commissioner Maynard, in terms of I want to be able to digest all the comments. These came in as I was in meetings all yesterday. So while I've looked at them closely, and I had that conversation with Carrie, I was checking the timing on this, knowing that we could go into next week, because to your point, I want to give everybody's comments their due. So I want to be able to digest all of this and then have this conversation inform what we do early next week.
I agree, Commissioner O'Brien, and kind of to that point that Mina just raised, we didn't lift it altogether, right? Like that's the thing, is that like we didn't do exactly what was contemplated in the letter. Or it sounds like that, but at the same time, if they fully, if they're, I don't know. I just don't know if they have every piece of information, and I would like to know that. That's a piece of, so we're talking about things we need. I would like to know if they're aware of the heightened, New Jersey style licensure, and if that changes their opinion any, or if it was factored in to begin with their comments. And if it is, that definitely weighs on me.
Right. And we have time to get that clarification, to your point, before we vote next week.
So if I could just go back to Commissioner Hill, you asked the right question. This is the time for the discussion. I think we had some discussion, but I don't think we're going to dispose of it. What do you think?
No, I'm with my two fellow commissioners. We need a little bit more information than we have today and get some of these questions answered before I assume next Monday, possibly beyond.
Commissioner Skip, do you have anything you want to add, or should we move on from this provision at this point?
I don't have anything else to add. I do want to clarify for the commission, or understand rather, why there is this assumption that revenue share is more detrimental to the market than CPA. And I don't think that that's been fully fleshed out yet. I know that there was mentioned last meeting that it's not clear what problem we're trying to address. But so as a component of that initial question, again, I would like to understand why there's the perception that the revenue share is more detrimental, given that the way I think we were on the impression initially, those are, I've since realized that they actually don't.
I mean, I can tell you what my recollection of the roundtables and the discussion with Brianne and Mark is, which is that there is some evidence out there that the CPA model lowers the push marketing and the advertising, which is the benefit, which is, I think, what we're all looking to do, is to minimize that push general overload. That cannot be said of the rev share models. And then above and beyond that, I just inherently am suspect of something where your profit hinges on somebody else's, the propensity and the depth and level of their participation in the market. And so I think it then perpetuates getting someone to gamble more. That's sort of inherent in the rev share model. So the most critical to me in the vote that I made in allowing the waiver, in my vote saying yes to the waiver on the CPA, was there seemed to be affirmative evidence that CPA agreements did have a positive impact in terms of the push-pull dynamic that we were looking for, and that could not be said of the rev share model.
And I have a different recollection of that same conversation, unfortunately. And I don't know how we reconcile that. I think that it might make sense to pose direct questions actually to you know, a select group of folks in the industry, so that we can get that formal clarification. I would hate to make a decision based on a misunderstanding of the way the agreements actually work.
I think that we can, we've gotten a lot of feedback. We can move this to Monday. I think we can review our notes in our roundtable discussion. I know that I noted on the record that I was concerned that any decision we made might impact smaller operators and minority-owned operators, and I was concerned about that. On the other hand, I understood from some of the work and research I had done that perhaps the New Jersey model reflected a best practice to elevate that particular compensation model, where the wager, they were, rather than being registrants, they would be vendors. And that seemed to be acceptable to many of the members of the roundtable. But that's my recollection of how I came to thinking. But I was concerned, and I remain concerned that when we do elevate our licensure, that could create an additional barrier, making it harder for those that are new to the market. But if I recall correctly, that seemed to be still an acceptable, despite that, it's acceptable to those at the round table. That's my recollection. But I have that still in my mind. So maybe we should all go back, look at our notes, and get more questions answered, and then come back on Monday on this provision. Does that make sense? Thanks, Commissioner Hill. Appreciate it. Anything else we want to add, or and you know, to Commissioner Scare's point, if there's something we can't get on our own, something that we need the legal team or the sports wagering division to get for us. Commissioner O'Brien, are you leading it?
Well, so particularly on the CPA rev share push-pull issue, I am having conversations with, and I always forget her last name, Brianne, who participated in the roundtable also. That's where I distinctly remember that, you know, her corroboration of the impact of the CPA versus the rev share.
Anything further, commissioners? So we got some homework to do on that one, Mina. So, and I think also just really reviewing all the comments that come in, and including, of course, the AG's office's comments that came yesterday. So thank you.
Yeah, I have one other point of clarification I think we all need. I don't know where I saw this comment, but there was some concern that the third parties provide advice on prospective wagers. I think it was in the 75-page chart somewhere in there that we reviewed. And I think it would be helpful to get clarity on that question as to whether or not third-party marketing affiliates actually do engage in that conduct.
Nina?
Sure. So that was part of the Attorney General's comments, Commissioner Skinner, as one of the rationales for in the March 7th letter, just to be clear, not in this most recent letter, for keeping the language. I alluded to this a little bit earlier, but there's other language in these regulations. It's at I don't have it exactly in front of me. It's in the 25604 section, I believe, that would restrict any vendor or registrant from directing or suggesting a particular bet. And so there is already some protection on that, regardless of whether it's addressed up here. With respect to the factual question, do these third-party entities engage in that behavior? I think that's something we can certainly, look back to the notes and the testimony at the roundtable or the information at the roundtable about, but there is at least another avenue for the commission to ensure, if that's a concern, that it's properly regulated.
I think it would help just to clarify, notwithstanding the language prohibiting it outright, to the extent that that is the basis in part for the prohibition on those kinds of agreements.
Okay. If we are done with that section, again, when we come back on Monday, in addition to changes to 3, we might, there's a small edit from the AG on 256.011 that will probably add in. I apologize, we went right over it. It's simply making clear that's when we're talking about third parties acting on behalf of an operator, they just had some sort of more inclusive language on how they might be acting. We can review that as well on Monday with sort of a benefit of time on that. I'm gonna, I think the next issue that was raised in the comments, it actually pops up in a few places as well, but starts in the application. And Christina Marshall, my partner, is going to take that one, and we'll probably go back and forth a little. So.
Yes, thank you, everybody. Hopefully this will not take quite as long as the revenue sharing piece. So this next comment is from Caesars. This is not reflected in the red line that is in your packet because we don't recommend accepting an edit here, but Caesars has requested that the regulations not apply to national advertising and only to advertising in Massachusetts. We disagree. The fact that an ad might be shown in other states doesn't remove the commission's jurisdiction to regulate it in the same way as any other ads that would be shown in Massachusetts. So again, we don't recommend this change in 256.02 or later on when it shows up in the regulations.
Any questions? Good afternoon, Christina. Any questions? Okay.
Okay, easy enough. So I will turn it back to Mina now to discuss the added language in 256.02.1.
Thanks, Christina. So in 256.01 in the draft in the packet, actually, so 256.02, excuse me, 1, at the bottom of page 107 in the packet, we had added language. We added this for when the packet came in before we received the Attorney General's comments. I just want to talk about the impetus for this and then some of what we've received since. During the conversation with First Assistant Moore, there was a suggestion that perhaps there ought to be clearer indication that other laws, in particular 93A, the Consumer Protection Act, as well as 93H, which protects personal information, be referenced clearly here, so there's no confusion that this is setting a different standard. Prior to getting the red lines, we had suggested, and I think our preference, I know our preference is to have a broader statement that nothing in these regulations is intended to lower the bar for what operators, vendors, anybody really subject to your jurisdiction needs to do with respect to any other statute. That includes certainly 93A. It certainly includes 93H. The concern from my perspective, of course, is when you start listing things, it's easy to omit something, and someone looking at these regs in the distant future might wonder why this provision, not that one. So that's sort of more of a matter of drafting. Since then, the AG's office has provided sort of a list of different requirements and that they think ought to be referenced that including but not limited to several federal statutes as well as 93A and other provisions. So after reviewing that, I think our recommendation is to still have this broader language so that it's clear that you're capturing all of those pieces. However, and just for the sake of talking about the topic at the same time, if you scroll down to page 108, we acknowledge that one of the places where there might be an opportunity for some confusion would be if someone believed under the prior draft, this is in 256.041, that for the purposes of determining what is false or deceptive advertising, that you're really limited to what's in 256. In other words, you can't possibly be, the argument would be, I cannot be engaged in false or deceptive advertising if I'm complying with 256. To avoid that potential argument, we're actually recommending striking language in 256.04 and just making it clear that sports wagering operators may not allow, conduct, participate, et cetera, in deceptive advertising, marketing, or branding for sports wagering. And so that is a broader statement. Again, this is sort of the misfortune of trying to do, having ships passing in the night a little bit. The Attorney General's office obviously hasn't seen this language. We just saw their language yesterday. So we, but we think, again, this addresses their concern without calling out a particular statute. But I think it's pretty clear that the intent here is not to displace, replace, supersede anything of the sort. Their jurisdiction that they might have under 93A, or the ability of a consumer to take action under the consumer protection laws.
Questions for Mina on that? Mina, I have one observation. In their comment, their suggested language, I should say, it's interesting to me that they, instead of taking that broad approach that you're suggesting, I've got to scroll back to the provision. They do say existing laws concerning truthful and accurate advertising. So they're actually, it's a subset that's of course a primary concern to them in their consumer protection. But with that might leave out something, right? Notwithstanding, of course, they've got some particulars. But with our language, we're going to get everything, right? Is that
that's our belief, and obviously, the folks at the Attorney General's office have immense respect for their viewpoint on this, and they're the experts in this. So we may want further conversation on it, but the idea is yeah, they're coming at it from this particular focus. We want to be clear. In a way, I guess I would say, although it's broader, this is a bit of humble drafting, purposely so on the commission side, where we are not trying to displace this or any other statute. There may be wire fraud issues. There may be, we have this in other places in the commission's regulations, partially to sort of keep laser focus on what you can and should be regulating versus what might be outside of what may also be in someone else's bailiwick like this. I also would say, if you were to accept language like that, my one sort of edit might be to remove existing. I certainly wouldn't want someone to say that future laws regarding unfair and deceptive practice, you wouldn't want to have to keep updating the regs. But the short answer, Madam Chair, is yes. I think yours is your current draft, or the as drafted, is more inclusive, and I certainly understand the intent, but I don't think that there's a significant risk that you're undoing any of the good work these other laws do.
Yeah. I'm just, again, we'll have a little bit of time in case we are missing what they were intending. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
With that, so that's 256.041 and at 256.021, excuse me, and 256.041. There is thereafter, starting at 256.043. Sure we're not skipping over any other comments. This is another comment that comes up actually in a few different places. There were questions from various operators and others asking whether the commission would consider allowing a variety of different ways to limit what has to be said about terms and conditions or exclusions to promotions, I guess is how I would sort of phrase the topic broadly. Those comments range from, for instance, where items are excluded in Massachusetts, having a sort of void where prohibited language. So actually, I will start with that one. This is at 256.02. The question was in that language, we say if an offering is not available in Massachusetts, you essentially have to say so. Question was, could we simply say void where prohibited in a national ad rather than saying not available in Massachusetts, blah, 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 blah. And so we've kind of all heard different kinds of these ads. Our recommendation is to keep this as is. I will note that 256.022, it has some of the application of this may have had more force a couple of weeks ago than it does now, when there were licensed entities who were had not yet received certificates of operation. I think it's a little bit clearer now that entities are up and running, but this will matter certainly as other entities come in, as products get rolled out, promotions are available one place or another. So no change being recommended there. The same issue pops up, and there are some changes suggested in 256.04, 3, 4, and 5. There was a request there to go to what Ohio, and that sort of pointed to a lot, the Ohio model of terms and conditions don't need to be available right in the advertisement or right in the, whether that's a television advertisement or a, Instagram, Facebook type post, but rather one click away. We looked at this language, sort of thought about ways to reconcile it with discussions you've had around sections 247 and 248, especially. And our suggestion is an approach that would still require material terms and conditions to be in the advertisements, but to allow a further, listing of any other things you need to know if to be available in that sort of one click away method, which is so it's a little bit more of a rigorous standard than Ohio's, but still addresses the issue that some commenters raised of crowding out other information, including without, that exception, the responsible gaming messaging, if it's all in that.
So, Mina, I had asked you this question yesterday about, because my first reaction last time this came up, and they said, well, we can't fit everything in if we're doing it on social media. And my gut reaction was, well, then you shouldn't be putting it out in that medium. You should be putting other messages out if you can't get it in there. Mm-hmm. And I still kind of hold that view. They pointed us to Ohio, I know, in the comments. And the question I had for you yesterday was whether there's any other state that's more restrictive than Ohio. Is it in line with what we stand now, which is not allowing them one click away? Is there anybody who does that right now?
I believe originally Ontario and Virginia were where this language came from. That just to absolutely did not have a chance to confirm exactly where we got the language, but this came from another state initially. I know that much. So this was not, we didn't start with Ohio and strike their language initially. Right. So there are states that still require that. Pennsylvania and New York's advertising regulations, as you know, really emphasize the conspicuous disclosure of terms and conditions. The non-materiality piece, I think based on our review of the regs from other states, some of this is as the industry develops, there's these sort of nuances are coming up. So some of the older, being only a couple of years old, but older regs, you'll just see you have to disclose terms and conditions. And when you start seeing some of this breakdown, and I think this is a wise way to do it. It's also something that is consistent with what you're doing on responsible gaming, where perhaps not every part of the message is right there, but the key information that's needed is there.
Right, so the material information is what you're saying.
Yeah.
Questions, further questions? Okay.
There was, I think that's it for 25604 up until I'm just making sure we're not skipping any comments that we didn't take as while we're doing this.
Yeah, thank you.
So in 25605C, this was another sort of variation on the same theme. FanDuel had requested the section be clarified to require advertisements to clearly and conspicuously disclose any required wager, as opposed to some of the more detailed information that's required here. The amount that the patron is required to wager, in the same size and style and font. And so they would like to change that to more of a conspicuous and clear standard. This is a judgment call for the commission, but we left it in again. I think when we started way back months ago with the very first draft of this, we had suggested in many more places, clear, conspicuous, prominent, those sort of adjectives. The suggestion from the commission then was to add more details about what that really means. And this is one, and while that's not in every place, this is one of the places where keeping the same size and font made sense to do that. So that's the question is really, is this a better place for having those conditions be in different format? We're not recommending a change. It is obvious from the draft, but unless there's any discussion on it.
Looks like everyone's all set, commissioners. Okay.
All right, Chair, Mina, I'm sorry, which?
I'm sorry, so this is 250. Sorry, Commissioner Skinner, let me talk over you. 25604.5C. So there's no change shown, but I'm just looking through my notes on the comments in that 75-page packet, and that was a comment from FanDuel, is rather than requiring that some of these disclosures be in the same size and style as the rest of the ad, that for complementary items, that it just be clear and conspicuous.
Did you skip over 5B, subsection 5B? Are we coming back to that, or just, there were numerous comments, the pop-up requirement, I think deserves some attention. So 5B requires the use of a pop-up message.
So there were a lot of comments on pop-ups, Commissioner Skinner, but they came in a context later on in the reg, I believe, about unsolicited pop-ups to vulnerable persons or excluded persons. So that's where I was going to talk about that piece.
25604.5B references pop-ups.
Correct. In this context, it references them as that one of the places that one of the ways in which you can fulfill your requirement as an operator to provide material or the terms and conditions generally as revised material is either to put it in the ad itself, or if you're going to be on an account that it comes in a pop-up account, a pop-up message as well. So this is, in this sense, it's a tool of how you might be able to disclose the terms and conditions. And my recollection, and we can certainly double check the comments, is that most of the comments about pop-ups had to do with the requirement not to sort of limit unsolicited pop-up messaging. I don't know if we're thinking of two different things.
There was, if I can clarify, Commissioner Skinner, I think you're remembering correctly, there is a comment from DraftKings proposing to delete 256.045B. But based on based on Mina's summary of what that provision is really going for in this section, we don't recommend taking it out.
Okay, but there is other discussion relative to the pop-ups later in the regulation. Is that what you're also saying?
Yes, there
Correct,
is.
yes.
Thank you.
And thank you, Christina. I had not recalled that particular comment, so I appreciate that. Again, I apologize because I know I'm going a little bit back and forth between the general comments and some of the Attorney General's comments. Other things that came up in 25604 before we go to 25605, which had a number that we're still reviewing, is there's one thing that the Attorney General's office is asking us to consider is adding a paragraph at the end of 041 that says that unfair deceptive advertising, marketing, or branding for sports wagering would include mobile application design elements, not just, sort of clarifies, not just language. That comment obviously came in, I'm not sure, before we had the discussion today about the more limited language in 041. So we just want to review and see if that still makes sense given the truncated language we're proposing. In 044, this is just, I think I want to just stop on this one for a second. 044 is the language that says no employee of any sports wagering operator, it now as proposed would say, or an employee of any sports wagering vendor, and that was a request that came from Caesars actually to clarify that, shall advise or encourage individual patrons to place a specific wager of any specific kind subject to amount, but the restriction doesn't prohibit a general or advertising promotional activity. There was a request, I think this was also at Caesar's request, to add language to make it clear that that doesn't prohibit a promotional activity that, for instance, says that you have to place, sort of explains the material term and condition, that you must place a specific wager type, kind, subject, amount in order to receive a promotional benefit. So that, if it says you must wager $10 to get this benefit, or a minimum of $10, that's not considered a violation of this section, or that this promotion is available if you're wagering on March Madness games, but not otherwise or something, that's not considered a violation of this section. We thought that was a helpful clarification. And so we added it. I will note that, again, these are a bit cross-current. The AG's comment would be to simply end this section 25604, which appears at sorry, Madam Chair, that cut out.
I wasn't sure if you were looking for the page.
I am, yes, actually.
108.
Okay, thank you. And yeah, so the AG's recommendation is to actually not include the last sentence at all, that says this restriction does not prohibit general advertising or promotional activities. And the rationale there was this concern about that operators should not be encouraging patrons to place specific bets. I think we agree with that gist. I think the point of the clarification is to try to distinguish or give clarity on what is allowed. And so really the question for the commission is to use as examples, if it's general and it's not being targeted at an individual to say, we think you should bet on, I think there's sort of different variations of this, but one example is if you see an ad that says there's a Celtics are playing the Pacers tomorrow, you know, that's just an ad that's included with a sports betting ad, sports wagering ad. That's one category versus the Celtics are a good pick for tomorrow. That clearly would be prohibited by 04. It's directing a particular bet. But I think what the operators were asking for is that first category. Tomorrow, there's a game tomorrow that you might be interested in wagering on. Is that permissible? So that's, I mean, again, this is one, as we're getting the comments, you know, maybe one to revisit, but just wanted to sort of explain what I think the two different, the tension here, right? There's language intended to prohibit guiding bets in a particular way, but also a desire for some clarity on what is allowed.
Notation on page 13 of the Attorney General's office's submission is interesting, so we can digest that maybe.
Yes. Yeah, I think that's right. That's what I'm referring to, Madam Chair. Thank you. Is that they had an explanation next to their comment of why they would remove that.
Yeah.
Okay. There were no other comments from operators on that we plan to discuss on 25604, but 25604-6, the Attorney General's office did have a comment on that to add a prohibition. I think they might have had just a small typo in the citation, but that one of the prohibited activities would be using individuals to provide purported expertise or wagering advice, or employed by or contracted or otherwise compensated by a professional or amateur sports league team, club player in which a wager can be placed, or a network station that broadcasts any event on which a wager can be placed. We would, I think this one, just to consider the issue a little bit further, is just the scope of the language. I think the idea here, from what we understand from the Attorney General's first letter and this comment, is to try and limit a sort of end around of what we just talked about in 04, that a sort of encouragement of particular bets by folks affiliated with the operator. The first subparagraph of that is largely covered, I believe, not in NIS regulations, but in a lot of the regulations developed with the input from the sports governing bodies. That there's some limitation on what certainly currently employed athletes or coaches can do. Although this would be broader. It's really anyone who's employed by or contracted with them. So an employee of the NFL network, the NBA network would be an employee as well. The second one, the scope, it's not in. One thing we'd want to clarify, and perhaps is another topic of clarification, is whether this would be intended to capture just ads featuring that person alone, which is, or that person sort of in an advertisement, for instance, a broadcaster doing an ad for a particular operator versus comments that might come up in the course of a stream, which would be much harder to enforce for the commission or in the context of a telecast.
Questions for Mina? Okay.
All right. I think that takes us through 25604 for real this time. I'm sorry, I think I've said that a few times. So 25605, Christina, if I could kick it to you on the advertising to youth and the social media piece.
Yes, definitely. So we just made a small tweak to 25605.3. There was a comma after the word endorsements on the second to last line that we've removed to just remove any ambiguity as to whether or not all celebrity endorsements would be banned, or just the ones designed to appeal to individuals under 21. So that's an easy one. I can move on unless anyone has questions about that.
Where was the comma? I'm sorry. Oh, I see it now. I see it. Yeah.
Yes, it's very subtle after the word endorsements. So the more substantive edits that we've made to this section are in 25605.4. We had, again, two slightly competing comments on subsection A. IDEA said that they thought that this language was a bit vague. We don't tend to agree with that. I think it's, usage statistics of social media sites are pretty readily available, and it can be determined whether or not they're used primarily by people under 21 or not. The AG has suggested some language in the write-up that we received yesterday to make this a little bit more specific, and it actually lines it up with a couple of the other subsections here. So their proposed language change to subsection 4A would be to say in media outlets, including social media, video and television platforms, where 25% of the audience is estimated to be under 21 years of age. That edit is fine with us. Like I said, it lines up with the other subsections and we don't have any particular concerns about it. The second part of their edit I'll return to in a minute, because before we received the AG's proposed language on these age exclusion issues, we had included our own. So you'll see this in the red line in your packet. What we're proposing to include as subsection 4B is basically a requirement that media outlets, including social media, use any controls that they have available at their disposal to prevent sending advertisements out to folks that are under 21, including by age category exclusions, which we understand from the AG is the primary way that they do that. But we want to keep the language a little bit broader, just in case they had something else at their disposal. The AGO's proposal here kind of just collapses our subsections A and B into one, and just provides that the operator must utilize all available targeted advertising tools to exclude individuals under 21 from receiving advertisements on the platform, which accomplishes the same goal, probably a little bit, it's probably a little bit easier to take the AG's suggestion on this one. But that's really a call for the commission. I think either way you accomplish the same goal.
Is there anything, I'm sorry, commissioners, I'm just looking and getting to check on you first. Okay, is there anything in your proposed 26054B that is not included in their section, the last clause? Is there, they say all available targeted advertising tools to exclude all individuals. They use the word advertising. We've always been a little bit broader.
Yes, Madam Chair, that's the one obvious one I would point out is that we have the list of categories, the display, dissemination, distribution of advertising, and I might stick with that phrase for consistency and for that breadth. But I think that's a wordsmithing. The concept, as Christina said, is still the same.
Got it. And then consistently use advertising, marketing, branding.
Correct. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it sounds like there's a plan to take the best of both, right?
Right,
But
exactly.
But it looks like we were like-minded. Because I think they brought it to our attention, so. Excellent.
Yes, Madam Chair, this was something that they had identified in their March 7th letter, and we just kind of took our best guess at what the language they would propose would be, and we were pretty close, but.
Pretty close, exactly. Great work, thank you.
I can take the next one, Christina, if that's okay with you, on college campuses, unless there's further comments on the social media piece. This was a requested clarification, and I apologize because I'm not where. Why am I not seeing it? Here it is.
Where are you?
I'm sorry, it's because it's on a between pages. It's 110. It's page 109 into 110, 110 to 111. So at the top of 111. There's a request from I think Penn made this comment that they just wanted it to be clear that the limitation on advertising on college, university campuses, or school newspapers, et cetera, would not apply to, for instance, media available that has nothing to do with the college, just happens to be available. So I think that was always the intent, but that's just a clarification. This would not mean that you can't stream out otherwise available television show, for instance, into a college campus. The other changes in the rest of this section are all that you see are all sort of addition of the word sports wagering where appropriate, or for the same purposes before, to make clear that we're only talking about advertising, marketing, branding, et cetera, for sports wagering. I think this is of special importance to entities like Fanatics who might have sports related marketing that has nothing to do with sports wagering. So that was sort of the purpose here. One comment, that the last comment on this section that we did not accept, there was a request to eliminate 256.05.4F, also at the top of page 111, and rely simply on the earlier reference to events aimed at minors, or where 25% more of the audience is expected to be under 21. F is intended to be a sort of catch-all, where it says to any other audience. So there's a reason that they're both in there. It's not redundant. One is purely for events. One is for anytime there's an audience over 25%. And there's there's intentional overlap in that case. 256.06, if I can move on to there. There's a couple of comments and a couple of changes. First, you'll see in 256.06.1, 3 lines in, the reference to moderate or high risk of gambling addiction. Some of the broadcasters had asked to take that language out. We discussed this with the responsible gaming folks at the commission, including, of course, Director Van der Linden, and the rationale is to keep it in. This is modeled on Ontario and Washington, D.C.'s regulations. So that's one comment. There was also a comment, this was from, I believe, from the Attorney General's office, to remove the word intentionally in this case. And we agree with that comment and actually had already considered that change because the word, where is it? The word, they're sort of redundant with the fact that this prohibition already applies to advertising, marketing, branding, et cetera, aimed exclusively. So that there's already an agency standpoint there. So I think that's the reason for keeping that as is, or excuse me, for removing intentionally there. The next set of, so there's a couple of comments from the Attorney General's office that on this section that I will reserve. I think I'll bring up now, but I think we're still digesting whether this makes sense. There's a request that each operator disclose the steps they take to comply with this subsection on an at least monthly basis in a publicly available document. Obviously, we want to just make sure that that kind of disclosure is, one, appropriate, and that there's a meaningful way to digest that without creating unreasonable workload on your end, and for what can be done with that. There's a handful of comments related to that throughout the Attorney General's comments about that add to the record keeping requirements around advertising. So if there's no questions about 256.061, I'm going to just move on to a couple of comments on 02, where we did get a significant amount of comment from the operators. One change, I think there was a comment that we do, as Madam Chair, you noted a few minutes ago, use this sort of litany of advertising, marketing, branding, or promotional materials throughout these regulations. That's from the statute, and generally speaking, it makes sense. However, Penn National commented here that branding in this particular case could include logos or other passive advertising that doesn't really have a call to action. For example, a sign on the green monster that says a name of an operator, and just that. There's sort of no, you'd have to go look up what the operator is to figure out what to do next, and then you would get all the responsible gaming messaging anyway. So in that context, it made sense to remove branding. There's also other examples of if a person is, an employee of the company is wearing a T-shirt, should that have responsible gaming? Or if they give away a Frisbee, a T-shirt, et cetera, does that need all that information? And so we thought this was one place where it made sense to take out the word branding to strike a reasonable approach on that. So that's the first change in 256.01. Any comments on that before I move on to the next one?
So we're all set on that, commissioners. Okay.
Are you moving on to the next item 3, or are you still going to be on 2?
I'm still on 2. There's a second change in 2 that I want to clarify. Yeah. And so this one, it was intended to be a simple moving up of language as a change. I apologize. There's a slight tweak that was not intentional here, but I also, so it should say, and such other responsible gaming information. So this was the language here is just defining what responsible gaming messaging is. And there was a discussion sometime back, I believe, of giving some additional flexibility to the commission to be able to define what other responsible gaming messaging is needed other than the DPH problem gaming helpline. Under the statute, there is some, the commission is to take some input from DPH, but I think that the idea was that there might be other language. There was a significant amount of public comment, or I would say public, but comment from many of the operators that the national ads should be allowed to use a national hotline or national other sort of more standardized messaging rather than what the commission might require in Massachusetts. Our recommendation is not to do that. Your statute does refer specifically to some information being provided by DPH. I think you've had that discussion before. And I think, at least just speaking from my own anecdotal experience and viewership, it seems perfectly possible for advertisers to tailor ads to Massachusetts. So it should be, we don't think there's any legal constraints, certainly, from requiring Massachusetts specific language. Here, again, leaving flexibility to allow additional language in proper formats. And I know one of the other concerns that came up, some of these comments are now have a little bit of a, have aged a little bit about sort of having too much language, but I know that that's something that Director Vanderlyn and the commission have been working on to make sure there's the right amount of messaging so it doesn't get lost, but there's not really any change in the regs needed for that.
Mina, I think Director Wells has some further information on this particular provision.
Yeah, and Mina, we're working in real time, and we had a call with DPH late yesterday afternoon, and that had some discussion there. Based on an email they had previously sent, we were looking at a couple things. I just want to make sure I'm understanding this correctly, because the reference to the statutory requirement, what we've looked at is 23N section 4D3, but that's it. I just want to make sure we're 100% correct here. It talks about commission shall promulgate regulations that require mobile applications and digital platforms authorized for sports wagering to prominently display upon each entry into the application or platform the telephone number and website for a problem gambling hotline overseen by the Department of Public Health. So that's the, and maybe you know something I'm not aware of, but if that's the only, if that's it, that's the sort of the platform. We had some of this discussion internally. That's a statutory requirement for the platform. When you enter the platform to have it, it actually does, it doesn't, my understanding is that there is no statutory requirement with respect to advertising. So that would be within the commission's regulatory discretion. Am I understanding that correctly? I just make sure we're all on the same page.
That is my understanding as well. That is for the platforms, not the advertisings. I know, Todd, this is something you and I have talked about. So I see you nodding. So I think we're on the same page here. Yes.
So there was some confusion, and so we did have a conversation with DPH, and it may appear that this language is sort of conflating the platform and advertising as far as a requirement. And this provision has requires that the language be provided by the Department of Public Health. And so one of the issues they brought up, and I don't want to speak for DPH and their concerns, they just flagged something for us. And I think Mark is listening as well. He can join in. He was on the call with me. With respect to advertising, the ask was for it to just be DPH information on the advertising. And this just came from the director, and not have Game Sense or any other information. They indicated, the director indicated an issue with having sort of two things put together and appearing to be combined. So that we may need to put a hold on this and go back and figure out if there's really going to be an issue there. And then I haven't had the opportunity to brief most of the commissioners about the issue and DPH's position on that. But my understanding is that by statute, we are required to require that the operators have the website and the number for DPH on the platform when you enter the platform. But this piece is within the commission's discretion how they like to handle it. Is that correct?
Correct. And Karen, I would just go a step further because I think just to maybe help with the discussion. The language, whether it says and or here, I think wouldn't change this. The language is intended to leave some flexibility for the commission to make the decision whether any additional information makes sense or not. So it certainly could be the case that additional information required by the commission is a null set. That's certainly a possibility. This reg would not eliminate that, but I think that's a matter better left for the commission in conversation with DPH to sort of sort out and be able to adjust over time rather than have too rigorously reflected in the reg, which is why we wanted to kind of broaden it. The comments from the operators, I think that we talked about are sort of separate and apart. They were, I think, looking for a national approach, and that does not sort of sound like anybody's preference on the commission side or DPH certainly, but this issue of just how much more gets added, that's a conversation that could happen regardless of how this reg ends up with this language.
I follow up with one of Karen's points. If there are no questions as to the for Mina on the expanded language with the or. Question I have is there does appear to have been a little bit of confusion between what we require on the platform, and I think our statute says we need to promulgate reg. But would that be in a different reg? It's not going to fall in advertising if it's the requirement around the platform. And Karen, you can elaborate. I know you had.
I think that's correct.
And I believe it already is. And I can't remember the exact number, Madam Chair, but I know that the language about some of this would be it might be 247, but I would have to double check.
Oh, okay.
That's really helpful.
If you find that, Mina, when you get a chance, can you shoot?
Sure. Yeah, it's either 130. Yeah, they're starting to blend together just a little bit. I apologize, but it's definitely there somewhere. So.
Thank you. That's really helpful.
So, Mark, did you have anything further?
Not really. I mean, I think I understand the value of the problem gambling helpline being displayed. And I certainly understand the value of the MGC's responsible gaming messaging as well. I think it's the feedback that I've received from our operators and I think I sympathize with their challenge of making sure that each one has its space and that it's clear. And so I've been trying to work with them as closely as I can to kind of find that happy space where it's the message that we want and still meeting the space and size requirements that exist. And I would like to say they are sincerely attempting to meet this requirement.
So can I just clarify a minute? So you mentioned there may have been a typo. So with the language that you're proposing the commission vote on, say and or?
That is one of the topics I want to raise to the commission for conversation, Karen. I was noting only that what my intention, and this was my fault, was to transpose what's at the top of page 112 into the prior section, and I accidentally changed the and to an or. It does make a difference. The and, of course, would mean that the helpline has to be here and potentially other information versus an or where the commission would open the door for potentially that not being necessary in the future. Of course, the commission could always decide that part of its required responsible gaming messaging is the helpline. So it's not saying you won't include it, but it's leaving, again, some flexibility for the commission and DPH to figure out what needs to happen here, pointing out, what you said, Karen, that commission ultimately has some flexibility under the statute on this.
Thoughts, commissioners? So the point is that if it were or, the commission, we could right now direct Director Van der Linden to include as our responsible gaming messaging the 1-800 number, even if the other pause wasn't there in the website or link and mark messaging with and the point. If things were to evolve, another commission could decide not to, right? That's what you're saying.
Correct. That's what I'm saying.
I don't know if anybody has any further thoughts on that right now. But Karen, also, you and Mark are still contemplating solves here as well.
Yeah, I think we've got to figure that out. I mean, ultimately, you know, that question of DPH's request that it only have DPH information there and that the commission not put game sense or anything else that the commission wants to put on there. I mean, ultimately, I think that's the commission's call. It seems to be the authority, but we also recognize their requests. That, you know, I'm certainly not prepared to articulate all their reasoning today.
Commissioner O'Brien?
Yeah, I mean, I remember when we first talked about this, we talked about the or as opposed to the and for the reasons of, you know, if you put too much on there, right, it's going to be hard to grasp one of them. I don't like the idea of us not putting our own game sense out there, given the success that it's had. And given that it's a complementary and slightly different approach. So again, I'm not intimately familiar with, you know, the DPH discussions and not to diminish them, but I'd like us to continue to have the game sense and information out there.
Maybe Mark, you can explain, you know, DPH's work and our work and how you see them being complementary and also quite distinct too. So
right.
Maybe we just need a little bit of reframe our minds.
Right. So the purpose of the problem gambling helpline operated by the Department of Public Health is to be a resource for individuals who are seeking help for a gambling problem, community-based resources for a gambling problem. And they have an up-to-date list of what those community resources are and can easily connect people to that. The purpose of GameSense and why we would want to have GameSense, the GameSense website, GameSense phone number included, perhaps a phone number. It is different. GameSense, it would connect with a GameSense advisor. The GameSense advisors, it's primarily the way that people can connect and enroll remotely in the voluntary self-exclusion program. GameSense advisors also have conversations with persons who are interested in reducing their level of risk, but perhaps not in that space where they're ready for those community-based resources. So they're familiar with each operator's platform to talk about play management settings, cooling off, other strategies to reduce gambling risk. So absolutely, they are complementary. And if you think of it on a continuum, both holds a really important space.
Really helpful, Mark. Thank you. Commissioners, any questions for Karen or Mark on this?
So the issue we have, Madam Chair, is that operators are inquiring exactly what what language do we have to have in our advertisements? So it's something we should address sooner rather than later. And so I think that the ultimate question is, what kind of deference do you want to make to DPH's request?
Well, our regulation does say at the first part, using language provided by DPH. And the one thing we've learned, and we've pivoted a little with advertising, is that real estate is really valuable. And there's a part of me that thinks if we could work with DPH to get the 1-800 number and a powerful tagline that they want, and then us to use our game sense information with a powerful tagline, that it'll get more punch if we have way too many words. But I'm no marketing expert, but I think about that, and I do think about the fact that, if it's too lengthy, it becomes clumsy and it will lose its impact altogether. So.
Madam Chair, can I just weigh in? I can speak specifically for GameSense. We've tried to keep the GameSense tagline and information as brief as possible, with the idea that our tagline is "Play it smart from the start." But then you see that tagline carry over to other materials, and including the GameSenseNA.com website, printed materials, a variety of other ways. So the idea is to increase brand awareness that then carries over to other platforms.
Commissioners, Karen's looking for probably some direction from us that she can revisit DPH so that we can give guidance to the operators. Am I right, Karen? You bet.
Right. Right.
We would want to get back to DPH. Am I correct? That do you think?
I think it would be helpful to hear directly from DPH. I know that, Karen, you're intending to brief the commissioners. I thought I heard you say earlier, but
yeah,
this item gets pushed over to Monday, and it seems likely, very likely, or that it will. Would DPH be available on Monday to state their issues so that we have a full understanding of what their exact concerns are?
I can make
that could be either by, in a written document submitted or a presentation on Monday.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah. Just writing it down.
It's like Commissioner O'Brien, I like the idea of having the reference to get to our own material as well. But definitely want to hear any concerns that DPH has and fully understand them.
Thanks.
Anything else, Mark, that you wanted to add? I see your volume is still.
No, I'm good. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Anything else on that provision, Nina?
No, not at the moment. I think we have our marching orders for next steps on that. So thank you. That's the only thing on that portion of the provision, I should say. Last comment, this was at the bottom of page 112. It's a little bit hard to see perhaps, but whether there's a question on whether this had responsible gaming messaging had to be on every web page, every single page of a website, or the website as a whole. Some operators had asked, can we simply have it on a website at a conspicuous location? We did speak with Mark about this one, and we thought that was probably an acceptable place for it. Again, keeping in mind that for a particular posting or a particular ad, it would still be in each particular ad.
Not to go backwards, but I'm going to go backwards really briefly. There's one comment that doesn't show up in the packet because we don't recommend accepting it, but I wanted to flag it for you. This is at the top of page 112, the subsection B For billboards, the height of the font used for the responsible messaging has to be 5% of the height or width, whichever is greater of the billboard. There was a request to change this down to 2%. And again, we're not recommending that here. 5% is consistent with New York and Pennsylvania. And frankly, I think 2% of a billboard is pretty small. So those are the reasons that we're not suggesting that. But with that, that is the last comment, I think, on this section.
Madam Chair, I'm blind as a bat when I'm on these major highways and I'm looking at that. 5% is just enough for people like me to be able to see it. Anything lower would be not so good.
You must have better vision than me, Commissioner Hill, because I was down in the Gillette area and I had to say it was even 5% was hard to see going by in a car. So
I am impressed with what I've seen, to be honest, but anything smaller would be difficult to see, especially when you're doing 65 miles an hour.
in a 65, of course, right?
Please, of course.
Well, I'm often doing, 10 miles per hour as I roll through traffic, and I've been able to read it just fine. So, where before we really couldn't, right, Commissioner Hill? I mean, we just couldn't. So,
Okay. So if we're okay with that, Christina, thank you for catching that. I'm going to move on to 25607. There are no changes shown. But there were a couple of comments, one that was rejected and one that is just one for consideration from the Attorney General's office. This is where Commissioner Skinner, the comment about pop-up ads came up. 25607, several commenters noted that they should not be responsible for controlling unsolicited pop-up ads. That's not, that they may not know who's getting them in terms of self-excluded persons, especially. I would, disagree with some of the concern here. The language is that they cannot direct. This is one of the places where knowing or intentional language, which we've rejected elsewhere, actually is here. The messages can't be directed to an individual in the self-exclusion program. If someone is, if an operator doesn't have reason to know that they're reaching someone in the self-excluded program, and that really wouldn't be directing it to them in the first place. Moreover, I think some of the solutions that were suggested were a bit complicated to limit it for when a self-excluded person is given a number, but not otherwise for text messages, or to suggest that they have to give a phone number or a way to do it. I think if this is one where I think the language has worked from what we've seen in other states, or does exist in other states, and we would just keep it as is. The other comment in this section, and the AG's office actually agreed with the language in 25607.3, but not its placement. They were suggesting it go in 25606 as a separate piece. I think it could belong in either. It was put here because it's sort of a message to folks who are on the self-excluded list, that who might be annoyed or sort of struggling with the fact that they're still receiving messaging, to know that they have a right to unsubscribe. That's why we put it in this section. It could go in the prior section where it's a more general prohibition. We can think about that a little bit more, but that's not intended to, it's not a substantive difference, just a placement issue. We could, then I will move on to disruption to viewers. This was one that got some attention from various parties. 25608, we made a few very small changes. This came at the urging of a couple of operators, or at least Penn and perhaps another one. And the thought here was to keep it closer in line with what the statute gives you authority over. This statute is somewhat limited in terms of the commission, or what's explicitly stated about the commission's ability to control advertising at sports venues and sporting events. So we tweaked the language slightly to avoid language that obscures the gameplay area. The second issue was one that many operators mentioned, and believe also came up in the, actually, I'm not sure it did come up. It did not come up in the Attorney General's red line, actually, is this issue of saturation. Many operators wanted some clarification. I shouldn't say many, at least several operators wanted clarification on what would be saturation and how whether they would be responsible for other parties. I think that's a fair point. It would be difficult for the commission to require, and may actually be problematic to sort of say to the industry as a whole, you together can't saturate more than X percent. This is really only at sporting events to begin with. So we did add in the words by a sports wagering operator with the intent that that would be really intended to limit full, not full or very significant, stadium ad buys. So the example that I have kept using is you don't want Fenway Park to look like the kind of like T station that has been where the advertising has all been bought by one company, by one operator. That kind of saturation that might be too much. I think that seemed to us a happy medium for the moment in 25608. I can keep going in the interest of time, especially trying to get through it all. 25609, the changes here, the Attorney General's office had asked in 25609 this is in the red lines that just came in, to require that ads that include endorsements include not just the that they include the disclosure, excuse me, of the relationship, and that's sort of an addition to what has to be in the ad. We're reviewing that. We just want to make sure that if that gets added, that it's workable. For advertising, branding, or promotional purposes, it may be, for instance, I can imagine it might be easier to enforce that if you have an ad where somebody is coming out with an endorsement and is able to have underneath it paid endorsement, et cetera, versus, in the context of a national ad, that might be a little bit more difficult. So there's a couple of issues there, but that's one comment we're taking a look at. The other comment that I believe came in the initial March 7th letter from the AGs, and that's why I probably wasn't, and we included it, so it's probably why it wasn't repeated here, is adding you see at the bottom of page 113, this language about complying with the FTC's guides concerning the use of endorsements and testimonials. That's sort of a fair disclosure, actually gets at some of these issues. The reason this is included, actually going all the way back to, you might be thinking days ago when we were talking about 93A in this conversation, it was only an hour ago, is this piece. This one is not, a law or regulation. It's a guidance, and so this one did make sense to call out as a sort of standard of conduct, as opposed to some of the legal requirements. So that's why we added that here. Any further questions on endorsements?
That came from the original letter. They just didn't happen to include it as a comment.
Exactly, because by the time the packet came out, it was already in it. So they may have. I hope they're happy to see that we read that letter closely. 25610. There was a couple of comments, both from the AG and from the parties on the records. There was a concern raised by Penn and Fanatics, first of all, about maintaining all of this information. They prefer just maintaining a log. We recommend against limiting this. I think this is all digital information. While there may be a lot of it, what will be important if there's ever a enforcement action or a complaint from a patron is what was actually said and done at the time. And so we don't want to have that material lost to time. The other piece that came in one of the comment letters, I believe this was from the broadcasters group, is just a confirmation that the commission wasn't looking to control social media accounts. And that's certainly not the intent. That the commission does not want to be in charge of what one posts. However, the reason for this change, and this is augmented by a comment the Attorney General's office made, and that we also want to consider, is to be able to look at not necessarily what the ad says or does, but given your restrictions on who the ads might be targeted to, you might need access beyond, you know, a printed out copy of a, say, Instagram post to figure out, was it properly, I'm gonna be a little bit over my skis in terms of IT here, but was it properly limited, properly controlled in the way they were supposed to? The Attorney General's office has suggested language which we think we might propose in the next draft, suggesting that the records maintained are sufficient to describe all targeting parameters used, so that you have that information if you need it. The very last section here, 256.11, enforcement, there are small typographical change at the end, just a missed M in CMR, but the comment at some point, there's some comments to basically in support from the operators of this desire to review or only have pre-review of ads as an enforcement mechanism as opposed to in general. The Attorney General's office had hinted that they might suggest that for, or had mentioned in their first letter that they might suggest that all ads be reviewed. They did not put down the red lines, and for reasons we've talked about before, we think this is an appropriate place to go, that it's a useful enforcement tool if someone has a track record or has shown that they have ads that do not comply, but that the sort of administrative work involved in reviewing all ads might actually make it harder to enforce against the ones you are worried about. That's it for what's in the document. I will raise just, sorry, Madam Chair, I didn't mean to cut you off there.
I'm sorry, Nina, on that, for some reason, when I read their letter that accompanied these comments, they do suggest, I know we're getting tired, I might be wrong here, proposed language specifically relates to, and then it's on page 2 of their letter, having us review promotional language.
This is, I'm sorry, are you talking about the most recent letter or the?
Yeah, the letter that comes March 21st letter does, so, and it does say a proposed language that relates to having the sports league operators submit their promotional offers for commission review and approval. And you're saying that that's what.
So that, at least not, it did not show up directly in the enforcement section. I apologize. It may be in one of the sections we talked about briefly. So we'll double check that.
Okay.
But so not just as an enforcement tool. Yeah.
Yeah, as an enforcement tool versus having us do it for.
Right.
That didn't come, we didn't discuss that today, right? Anyway.
No, we discussed that when we went from the draft to the final of these a couple of weeks ago, or a couple of months ago now.
Because that would require, and I think First Assistant Moore, Attorney General Moore did understand that would require quite a bit of resources, right?
Right. I think the reference you're thinking of, Madam Chair, and this is why I missed it in the conversation today, is that for review or an approval, they did not ask for that for all ads. What they're asking for is before a sports wagering promotional offer for use on a platform is used. This was one of the comments they had on 247, which we're not discussing today. So that's where that came in. So it would be a little less onerous perhaps, but it would still require a review of all promotions, not of all ads.
Right.
Sort of a different issue.
So again, Karen, 247 is we're dealing with the Okay, I've got to go back to 47 clearly. Thank you, Nina.
No problem. Final note on these for today is.
Excuse me, I'm sorry to interrupt.
Sorry.
I had a question.
I'm sorry,
Um,
Mr. Skinner.
No worries. I seem to recall one of the operator commenting that they were being required to submit their ads outside of a compliance related matter. And do we confirm that that is the case?
I was not aware that I know which comment you're referring to, Commissioner Skinner. I had a little bit of trouble following the comment candidly to understand if what they were suggesting is while these ads were being promulgated, they had a lot of, I know there was a lot of interaction with staff to try to make sure the ads they were creating were appropriate. And if that was in that context, I do recall that comment noted sort of an appreciation that was not going to be the ongoing policy. And so that's how I understood that comment, that folks seem more comfortable with it where you ended up, or at least operators were more comfortable where you ended up. I don't know for sure whether that was a requirement at the time or if it was part of internal control submissions or otherwise.
Yeah, okay, I might have misunderstood the comment as well. And I don't remember that it was required by IEB. And so I'm sure IEB can speak to it at some point directly with the operator. If they have been communicated to that this is the submission of those advertisements are required. The other question that I had was for 25610, subsection 1, just out of curiosity, where does the 6-year retention period come from?
It is a fairly common choice. In this case, I think when we initially selected it, it came from, at least the way that I thought, if it came from another state, the reason that we thought it was appropriate is it matches the statute of limitations for contract actions in Massachusetts. So not that all of these would be contractual, but to the extent that there's a dispute, and we've seen this, some of the ways that these get presented on the gaming side as having a contract element, it would allow retention for the same time period that you would anticipate somebody making a contract-based claim.
Thank you.
Other questions? I know we're approaching our hard stop. Mina, do you have anything else? Because I know Executive Director Wells has one more process issue outside of advertising.
So this will be a 10-second end point for this. The last comment from the Attorney General's office was to add a 25611 restrictions on targeted advertising and push alerts. This is just this one we think is actually a really good example of the kind of thing we should consider for the data privacy and data usage piece. Since it has not been really subjected to public comment yet, it might be more appropriate to do in the form of that reg as opposed to in a final reg now.
Okay.
Other than that, I have nothing to say.
Mina, thank you. We got through the whole reg, and now we have our homework, and we can get back on Monday. I think we've really set up well. And then commissioners, you can get individual questions clarified that you have. Commissioner O'Brien, I'm going to be cognizant of the 245. We can swing back to Mina if he wants to hold up. Karen, if you want to.
Yes, so one sort of just administrative matter that came up, and Todd and I just were having a brief connect on that, is that we have the Category 2 evaluation scheduled for April, I think it's April 12th. And in the past, we have done a public hearing prior to an evaluation on those. So Todd and I agreed it probably makes sense. The reason it triggered something in my mind is that I had some interaction with a woman who is the owner of a woman-owned business, and she was interested in whether or not there would be requirements on the construction for some kind of diversity percentages for women-owned businesses, minority-owned businesses, veteran-owned businesses. And the proper avenue for her to sort of address those concerns would probably be through this public hearing. So my suggestion is we set something up. I just wanted to confirm with the commissioners that that's something we wanted to do.
So I guess, yeah, is that right? Everybody's nodding their heads? Yes. Okay. So if Karen and legal could coordinate with Trudy and Grace, we'll find the time in advance for that hearing. And so what the focus is that you've brought attention to is that, what is it, a $7.5 million capital investment in construction that they have. There's a construction piece. Commissioners, questions or thoughts? Commissioner O'Brien?
No, so unlike most of the other applicants, or almost all, they are going to be doing substantial construction. So it's a valid query because we have those requirements on the brick and mortar.
Right.
And in our application, remember, we do go through construction. It's set up for this.
Yep.
Maynard, thank you, because I know you are so involved with that application development. All right, so we just need to find. I think we did it. Maybe opened it up for a couple of hours, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, so I think the easiest thing would do some kind of virtual open meeting for the public hearing. So we'll coordinate setting that up, make sure that all the commissioners are available for that. Thank you.
Yeah, in the interest of consistency, I think we should do exactly the same what we did the others, right?
Great, thank you.
Commissioner Mayer, are you leaning in? Oh, okay. All right, now let's swing back because now it's 2:47. Anything else for the legal team? We've gone through so much today, and we have one outstanding. Let's not forget that. The definitions, right, Karen?
Oh, sorry, muted. That's right. I think we're all set for today, though.
Okay. So thank you.
One other question, Madam Chair, just operationally, is we have it scheduled for these regs to come back on Monday. So that agenda's been posted. Caitlin made sure I had it correctly. And so we've got that done. We also would have the Wednesday. We were going to put the regs on Wednesday as well. Do we think we still need that, or should we post for a meeting on Wednesday on the regs? Maybe the legal department can.
I think we should still post for advertising and definitions, just in case we need it. And then if we don't need it, that's fine.
Got it.
Is our final date Wednesday?
That's the last available meeting date. The final date, the filing date, is next Friday. So if we needed more time and it was available on Thursday,
would we want to add those to the 30th as well, just in case?
Because we do have a public meeting scheduled for the 30th, and Karen was thinking of adding that. That would be really out of an abundance of caution, but because of our posting, we have on the back of our mind. Karen, I wasn't sure if that was.
It certainly can't hurt. It certainly can't hurt to add to the 30th.
But just those two. Okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
Yep. And a reminder on the March 30th meeting, we today earlier indicated that we would, or maybe it wasn't today, I'm sorry, indicated that we would be doing, we'd be reviewing the contract. Yes, it was. It was Director Wells' first item of business, so that we'd be adding on the 30th, the review of the contract, I think, for category 2 application. All right. Okay. Great. Anything else, commissioners? And then a motion to adjourn. And with great gratitude, awesome job to the legal department and A&K. Thank you.
Move to adjourn, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Second.
Commissioner Brown.
Aye.
Commissioner Hill.
Aye.
Commissioner Skinner.
Aye.
Commissioner May.
Aye.
I vote yes. Thanks, everyone. 5-0.
Right.